All right. What's up? Let's turn the camera on. What up, guys? Woo, woo. What a week. What a week this is been going to be. So much hype. So much hype for Twister. We're starting the stream today. And, well, got good news and bad news. We'll get the bad news out of the way. It's going to be a relatively short stream because a lot of how I prefer to work on a build guide, I prefer to do it offline, less distracted. I can kind of, lock into what I need to do. But the exact part that I'm on right now is it's not a bad idea to stream. Get some input from you guys. Just kind of basically have the guide done in my mind. In my mind, it's all up in here, and just kind of need to plug things in. So, you guys can, I guess, get hype about watching me put in inputs for the guide, as amazingly entertaining as that is. But no, really, I know you're probably here just to get the scoop of what everything looks like. So I will repeatedly go over the guide. It also serves as practice or warm up for me to make my build guide if I just kind of go over it every 30 minutes as new people come in. But for the sake of people coming in, I'm going to go over what I got so far. And, I probably told some people to watch the beginning of the VOD because I'm just kind of going to go over what we have so far. This is not public yet. By the end of the stream, I'm going to try to give you guys... Actually, I promise to give you guys a path of building at the end. I'll just be putting it in the chat or whatever. It'll be in the Nightbot command, !POB, on the Twitch chat, and you'll be able to pull what I have, the latest form of that, and that will be updated in real time. So, quick questions. We got, what do you think of the new Monk Mastery with Twister? Nah, don't really have that much opinion about Monk and Twister. I didn't do a whole lot more than glance about it, but you can probably imagine Spirit. Like, if I was going to play something new, it's going to be Spirit Walker with Twister, not Monk. We do not have Spirit Walker Ascendancy in Path of Building, so we just kind of have to use our imagination. I am building around Parry, actually. I really am. I'm actually building around Parry. I think it's massively underrated for bossing. I think one of Twister's biggest weaknesses is bossing, and I think Parry can totally help with that, both on the defensive and offensive side. That would apply for Deadeye as well. So what I ended up doing is, I already have a second to none leveling version of this guy because I've been practice leveling a ton. And the leveling portion, the timings of everything is going to be more refined than ever. By far the biggest weakness of any Twister guide I've ever come out with, and it's not that much of a weakness, but of all the aspects of it, the biggest weakness is leveling, because up until last month, I've not been that enthusiastic about level practicing and fine-tuning the guide on the leveling front. Just kind of using my intuitive sense for it. And then when I turn around and play it in the beginning of the league, I'll quite often realize in real time that, I probably should have taken these notables before this notable, and this could have been a little bit better here, a little bit, I probably should have got the breakpoint a little later on the AoE, and that would have timed out better. And so, instead of discovering these things after the fact, we're going to know in advance. Turn off your other stream on YouTube. Oh, we got 2 streams on YouTube. Okay. Thanks for telling me here. I'll fix that. I don't know why we got a double stream. Whoa. Huh. Let's see, I'm killing the other one right now. I don't know, did the other one stop? Did it go and then stop? Only one says I'm actually live. Anyway, it should be fine. Well, I had an issue with... What did I do? I changed the output. So you guys know that I've struggled with stream lag a bit, so I'm trying to change. I'm messing with some things behind the scene. When I kicked on the stream, it literally didn't even work using the output that I had selected, so I guess it started the stream but didn't. Anyway, ended up double dipping the stream on YouTube, but not Twitch. yeah, so whatever timestamp this is where we're going to go over the build. So the leveling portion is already done, but this is basically the way I like to make a build is I like to kind of reverse engineer from the most endgame spot. I cannot anticipate some of like the cost of items in the super endgame. I cannot anticipate the value of some really awesome endgame pieces. Like I had no idea last league that the Vertex helmet was going to be a thing, or the series body armor was going to be amazing. I didn't know if it was going to be like that. Stream is solid on YouTube. Well, the stream would be solid now anyway because it never lagged in this kind of scenario. It's whenever the graphics card kicks in kind of hard, like changing zones in PoE 2. That's when we were having some bad lag. And then it'll settle. So, yeah. Are you going full evasion build? Here's Ire for nerf, though. I was going to go Here's Ire, but slightly de-incentivized to do so if I'm not running Deadeye, a little bit. And further disincentivized to do so if I want to run Trinity, because we're going to need Spirit. So I have to get Spirit on body armor. This is a Trinity build, ladies and gentlemen. We got Trinity. Finally, I got a Trinity planned for a build. Not the early in game, but the mid in game. So we're gonna basically, it's gonna be non-Trinity, so way easier on the Spirit front at first, with like Tangle Tongue and Call the Brotherhood. Okay, so like I know that like late in game late campaign. I don't even have the gear set up for this, but late campaign. I haven't done this yet, but anyway, as we get into like the final version of the build, basically it's going to be all elemental with ice-tipped arrows all the way through. I'm going to be running Call the Brotherhood with Shocked Ground through the Vivid Stampede, and so the vast majority of the damage will be cold. This gives a really, really good excuse to actually go Cold Pen, and Cold Pen is pretty cheap, especially in the beginning. One of the issues you kind of need to solve on a Twister build, figuring out how you want to penetrate elemental resistances on enemies or reverse them. You know, you have Rakiatis Flow, way too high investment early on. So early on, you can't use Rakiatis Flow. So we're going to use Snowpiercer, and this is like 31. What is it? 33% Cold Pen right there, just for 4 points that we are not even out of the way. And so we'll take those. And then another cool thing, interesting thing, is like ice-tipped arrows. If we go in the end game, see, ice-tipped arrows is a really good candidate for Cold Pen if you're already kind of going the Cold Pen version. So ice-tipped arrows is really only all that valuable in terms of the damage on single target. So on single target is when you want the penetration to be there. So it'll be 63% Cold Pen on ice-tipped arrows. That should pretty much take everything down to 0 res, boss-wise. Pretty much all bosses. And then bosses will otherwise against Twister be fairly close to 0. One of the really nice things about ice-tipped arrows in the conversion is that we can go full-blown 100% focus on elemental damage, elemental penetration, exposures, that sort of thing, whatever that is, rather than trying to like 50-50 split it like armor pen and, you know, elemental pen, and, you know, having to diversify our stats and getting less value that way. Doesn't Shock Ground make everything lightning damage? No. Not if you're converting all of your lightning damage to cold damage. But it's normally you can't get Shocked Ground if you're doing 0 lightning damage. Except unless it's like specifically, explicitly stated in the skill, which it is for Vivid Stampede. Just like how Wake of Destruction will still leave Shocked Ground even if you're converting 100% of your lightning damage to cold, you still get shock on the enemies. And that is like the real secret sauce to Call the Brotherhood. The big problem with Call the Brotherhood is that under normal circumstances, you lose out on shock, and so it's not worth taking, and that's why the ring is so cheap. But in very specific ways to build it around, you still get all the benefits of shock while getting all the benefits of cold, which means you can focus entirely on things like Cold Pen, cold damage, elemental damage, any synergies, or synergies around freeze, chill, that sort of thing. And still synergies around shock too. Like for example, if you're running like Vivid Stampede, we'll still get shock, so we'll still get 20% increased damage from shock. But I'll get the full benefit of like Snowpiercer. That's just an example here. and we'll just be freezing the bejesus out of everything. So like synergies with freeze buildup will be extreme because all damage will be cold basically, except maybe a little bit of fire we might have on flat. Waiting for the Deadeye version of the build. Making both. Yeah, the Deadeye version of the build might come out kind of late, but it's going to be so similar, like there's virtually no differences anyway as far as how I'd build it. Unless I do try to go Hiri's Ire for it, I don't know exactly. Yeah, so anyway, Cold Pen at first, and then later on, Rakieta's Flow. So like Twister is Rakieta's Flow, Prolonged Duration, Proj Acceleration, of course, Proj Acceleration. Salvo, going to be synergizing with the Owl there, and Pinpoint Critical, because you really, really want to crit with Twister and not fail to crit, so that does seem to be worth it, even without a cast on crit gem. I think that's still really good. I plan to use this Buckler. Might change my mind, but I think this is going to be this one. Infinite parry range, being able to parry spells. Again, I still haven't actually tested this, but I know I'm going to use a Buckler of some sort, so you know, I'll test it before we make the official build guide. How do you craft things now? Well, this is assuming that this is like mid-in-game. Semantically, I've made mid-in-game versions as being less strict on gear, but this time mid-in-game is going to be like pretty late, pretty hardcore on the specifications. Like it's 6 mods that you want. Like I'm going to be populating up 6 mod tier 1s. A lot of rarity rolls though, so like you could skimp out on rarity if you wanted. But like Headhunter is present here. Rite of Passage Cat is present here. That's going to be very expensive. Rakieta's Flow is here. Dialas and Utrids are here, so those are quite expensive. So this is truly like an end game set of Blavianja's Spirits. I don't think it'd be all that expensive. The rest of these uniques aren't terrible. Jewel's big deal though. 4 modded Timeless. Jewel, really good Heart of the Well. From Nothing actually should be pretty cheap, and then Controlled Metamorphosis should be pretty cheap. Still gonna go Metamorphosis in this slot here. Prog speed, prog damage. Crit, conditions already met. Optional conservative casting here. Dizzying Sweep. I figured out Breakpoint nice for 0.6. AoE Twisters, Chakra of Thought, a lot of attack speed, getting True Strike for free, kind of, or without even pathing there. And then, yeah, I still like the Timeless Jewel here with these 5 notables. It looks like increased global defenses Desecrated mod will be extra beneficial, so this will be a little easier to craft than in the past, maybe. I think that mod has a tendency to show up. Crimson Assault from Nothing with wary dodging. This is just so feel good, and like you never get stunned while whirling slashing. I think cooldown recovery is going to be a lot more premium for this build than any version of Twister in the past. Partially because of ice tipped arrows, mainly because Ghost Dance has been changed to favor that. Also, there is a possibility that the Owl Primal Bounty tech will read off of cooldown, although I don't think it will, but that'd be insane if it did. The Frenzy Bear is actually one of the strongest points in the game for Twister. And then another big one is Careful Consideration. It's also going to be really, really, really good if we're trying to stack up a bunch of Evasion Deadeye or not. I was hoping the evasion number would be higher here, but a little lower. Even with Hiri's Ire, it's like 84%. So yeah, Deadeye probably will try to go Hiri's Ire because you get Tailwind and stuff too, but can't really do Trinity very easily without getting Spirit on a body armor. Plus, if you take Hiri's Ire, your energy shield gets wrecked compared to a hybrid. In the end, it's going to be between 4,000 and 5,000 energy shield with 1,500 life. Pretty respectable. A lot of stun recovery tech here. This is going to be really important, actually, especially if you're trying to use parry out in maps at all. We got 44% gains energy shield or stun threshold reading off of energy shield, combined with an extra, pretty much up full time, 55% increased stun threshold, combined with, you know, a little bit from life and a little bit on boots and stuff. The stun threshold number is somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000. So that's like having 6,000 to 7,000 HP without any points invested in stun threshold. I think that should be pretty solid, considering you're going to evade most attacks, you're going to deflect most that don't evade, and then, you know, you might occasionally take a really full hit or something, but like I think with that amount of stun threshold, we'll be able to like just mass parry everything anytime you want. Like in a map, you just put the buckler up, monsters off screening or whatever, they're just like all the, you know, arrows and projectiles, fireballs, everything coming in, just parry. And like you would have to actually just sit there for like 3 seconds straight to actually get stunned on average, I think. Even when you're just like giga swarmed. I could be wrong, but I think that should play something like that. I believe one of the most unforeseen cool things about this build, it's going to be extremely defensive, proactively defensive. Anytime you want. The nice thing about deft recovery too is that it gives you some stun recovery. So if you get stunned from like over parrying or something, you get back up 30% faster. Big deal. Their stun recovery is very good in case a mistake is made. New patch notes? I haven't seen any new patch notes. Are there new patch notes? I don't know. We do have some. Oh, wait. Sorry, this is the new one. New remnants, following items, okay. Okay. A lot of like removing expedition stuff. Calamity fragments. Base duration of all shrines. New lineage gem. Primal strikes minimum level raised to 9. Crafting methods that put a single guaranteed modifier on an item now adds it as a crafted modifier. Items can only have a single crafted modifier on an item. Single guaranteed. Oh, okay. So for like perfect essences and stuff. Yeah. I see. I'm trying to think if that does not apply to desecrated crafting. So that's only like perfect essences. I don't think it's that big of a deal. There's no item that I was planning to craft that was going to rely on 2 deterministic mods. Rarely. Let's rarely do that. Like weapons sometimes. Like if you do like gain is extra plus, or if you do battle essence plus haste essence, which I mean battle essence got nerfed so hard it's not even worth it anymore. I don't see much here. Okay, armor equal to the life lost from hits. I thought for a second energy shield recharge rate was going to apply to like ghost dance, but it's not going to. It's because this is like regenerate energy shield, not recharge. So I think that's not going to work. Okay, I don't really see anything all that meaningful in the patch notes. It's going to affect what I'm doing. Let's look at the Trinity breakdown. This is a solution I've been trying to solve. Still kind of need to solve. So, here's something that's really cool. Whirling Slash, the way I have it set up. Pretty nice breakdown here. 96 to 676 lightning, 257 to 424 cold, 266 to 484 fire. That should be a very nice, reliable Whirling Slash, excluding Headhunter buff screwing with you. I don't have Ice Bite or Innervate or Freezing Mark on the build, so there's really no sort of X factor, massive gain is extra sometimes. Buffs are going to mess with this in a big way. It's another reason why Trinity is a pretty good idea. So we're using Vivid Stampede, so that means lightning element is up, and you see here the lightning is like nowhere to be found. So this could be a little bit problematic during headhunter buffs if it doesn't automatically select lightning. But one thing I noticed, Official Ash Attack, thank you for the sub. One thing I noticed is headhunter, if anything, seems to prioritize lightning, because like anytime I've ran previous Twister builds where like I had chilled ground pet or something, or usually it's chill ground that would be kind of buried into the build that was always reliable. And whenever I had headhunter buffs, I noticed that like 60 to 70% of all Twister casts would be lightning themed. And then it actually seemed like fire and cold were like pushed off or something, like lightning was prioritized or something like that. I'm talking about like in Temple, when you steal all buffs at once, you know, and you have Trail of Ice, Trail of Lightning, Trail of Fire all at once. It just seemed to favor lightning more. Might be like an order or a priority order in the programming of the game like that, which would be favorable here. So I'm actually weighing that in a little bit. But assuming that you have lightning themed twisters, it's 18,000 to 30 versus 21 to 36. That is because 100% converted to physical, or from physical to cold through ice-tipped arrows. And then fire is a little low, 16 to 25. We really need to raise that number by like 20%, and that would be great. The problem is, if we have perfect gear, I've opted to go percent fizz, flat fire. These are perfect rolls, as an example. Flat fire also present on the gloves, no other. Flat fire present on both rings, no other. So I have to really go out of our way to get a lot of flat fire to make this work. Now I can get a little bit of extra flat fire in a socketed weapon, but I really don't want to. Actually, I think this is going to be really important to have on this build. Frenzy Charge, the chance to gain an additional Frenzy Charge. Cyclops subs new. I have a feeling Twister will get the hammer one weekend, unfortunately. I don't think Twister's going to get the hammer. I think maybe Spirit Walker does. I could see, for example, if they released a game where the Primal Bounty reads off of cooldown recovery, which would probably be a mistake if they released it that way. They release it that way, and then like Spirit Walker is like goated, would be goated automatically if that's the case. And then they might remove that interaction, and then, you know, people would say, oh my god, Twister got gutted, which is not really the case. I could see that being something, but I don't see them nerfing Twister broadly speaking. I just don't see it happening. If they were going to, would have already put it in the patch notes now. Personally, that's how I feel. Yeah, so crit chance is a little low. I'm not sure why crit chance is. I thought crit chance would be a little better, but something that's really good about this is we're quite fast. So the monk has only like 7.3 attack rate. You saw how fast my monk was in the end, the very, very end game version. This one has 8.5 attack rate. That's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Not quite as fast as Deadeye, but really nice. We're going hard on the attack speed. I always end up prioritizing that like above everything else in the end. The only one point I didn't take is this one. Couldn't really afford it. This is level 97. As if level 97, so I don't know. Maybe I could. All the singles are applied to both except this one. This is for weapon set 2 only, because it would have virtually no value on weapon set 1. Even this is actually set for both, even though these are weapon set 2 only. Weapon set 2, weapon set 2, but this actual point for the juggler is weapon set both. This is looking nice. I gotta say, guys, you know, this is my what, 4th time doing this. And if any of you are in here wondering why you should watch me or follow what I'm doing, it's because nobody is more familiar with Twister, especially at the end game. That would be the strongest point of following what I'm doing is the build streamlining into the deep end game with really great high budget power options in play. Apparently I'm missing a little bit of dex. What? I thought I fixed that, but... Yeah, and I never, like, swap builds in the middle of it all. Huh. What? I need 2 decks somewhere. Weak sauce. Well, I wish I had... Maybe I have a strength node somewhere still. Not there. Because I definitely have more strength than I need. I'm not putting attributes on the amulet. Like, that's an example of one thing. The best thing about what I'm doing here is that, you know, for someone who wants to try and one-to-one craft things, you know what's super annoying is when you craft an endgame piece, you spend like 300 divines on it, and then, you know, the build guide creator later on comes with, oh, actually, no, I don't need that modifier. Switch that mod to something else. And you're like, oh. Because then you gotta like sell the amulet, recreate it, and then you sell it for scraps, and not fun, man. Not fun. Well, I kind of go through that myself, actually, because I'm the one who makes the changes. But that's really hectic to try and follow. So if you get everything right, piece together, you know, with the exact mods and the exact pieces of gear the way. And a great example of that is, like, in the past, I've automatically put all attributes on an amulet, and then later on realized I didn't need that role. I actually had enough attributes, even though it's all attributes is obviously a mod you want in an amulet, generically speaking. So much stat weight value there. But if you literally don't need it, then don't roll that mod on the amulet. So we're not going to need it if I can just get 2 decks somewhere. Well, okay, you know, obviously, whatever. Just cheese it there. I like having the uniques at mid-range roll, but you know, a lot of the gear is worse than it will be. Like, this Metamorphosis is terribly rolled with minus 13 both. But, yeah, that just solves it automatically. What twister radius are we aiming for? Alright, well, we're comfortably at 0.6 with... hold on. There we go. 0.6 with 3% over the breakpoint. Ghazi and his buddy referred to you as the Messiah. Yeah, thanks. Was that like generic? Was that like literal Messiah or Twister Messiah? I hope it was the latter. Yeah, and I'll show you where we're getting AoE. Now, early on, you can very conveniently get AoE by taking the Dizzying Sweep and then catapult nodes, and with an extra 6 points here, 6% here, boom, you're done. But later on, you know, we got to get some points backwards because we're going to prioritize jewels somewhere. So we pulled this whole set here, which is a little rough because you're losing skill effect duration. But, you know, we get some skill effect duration back with things like multitasking, which I might anoint first. But, you know, you need the from nothing to get multitasking here. And you need the time lost jewel to get what will end up being 6% skill effect duration times 5. So that'll be 30. 30% increased skill effect duration basically replaces the prolonged assault wheel anyway. And so that amount of skill effect duration will overlap with twisters. Actually really important for survivability's sake, not just damage sake. For that, the dynamic of how like often you're casting twister, waiting on the salvo cooldown, barrage, and now primal bounty, owl tech, that you don't leave a gap in between where there's no twisters, because then you're not leeching, you're not hitting enemies, you're not stunning enemies, you're not freezing enemies in that moment, and everything is just firing at you. Well, I mean, you could just parry everything in that moment, I guess. But I think you guys would rather me make sure we overlap twisters 100%. That's nice. And you need about 50% increased skill effect duration to overlap 100% total. Somewhere in there. And we got that. We right about near got that. I don't know what the deflection chance is going to be in the end, but, Yeah, looking pretty good. I kind of would like an extra Chaos Res roll. This is a little precarious. Not running Chaotic Inoculation or Chaos Inoculation. Only have 1400 HP. But to offset that somewhat, I opted for our Kali's Gift. So that, you know, you should pretty much never get poisoned. Still, taking Chaos hits is going to be rough. So, yeah. I don't think there's any convenient way for us to make chaos damage read into energy shield. Hi Snoo, how are you? Which class you pick up? I'm doing Spirit Walker. What is the purpose of parrying in later than they just feel bad? I never played a Twister build other than some campaign stuff. Well, I'll show you. You see the average damage number? Now, this is reflective of like one single Twister hit at the top end. The one single Twister, and keep in mind, this is like it's like this times 30 per attack, or more than that maybe. Anyway, that's why we like one-shot in-game bosses with Twister. So one Twister, one hit, one clipping of an enemy, 240k. That's with all buffs up that would be active in that time. And yeah, this was 64% shock effect too. This is assuming that I had to do this because for some reason frost-tipped arrows doesn't have an option here. Look at this, 243 all the way up to 364. This is a honest to God bona fide 50% more damage multiplier for your Twister when you parry. The assumption is that you cast Twister then parry a boss while the Twister's already going out. And so they would take like maximum damage. By the way, you can get even more parry damage here. You can get parry buff effect magnitude. You can get up to 75%. With 4 passive points, you can get up to 75% more attack damage taken dynamically. And then we have our global skill effect duration plus prolonged assault in there, which I need to I need to add that. Good suggestion, guys. I'm gonna add parry. Oh. Let's see. I have to like populate a second version of this. Stupid. I don't know exactly what all the gems I would put in here would be. Why does it say add mixture? Yeah, I'm going to give you guys... That is going to be the real specialty of this build, is parry. All throughout, beginning... Actually, it's not really middle. It's beginning and end. Not so much in the middle. But I am sort of making the middle because I decided the leveling portion I will level Wolf until I get Dance with Death, then switch over to Dual Spears, which means you will have parry for the entire journey of the build. I figured that is nice thematically. Stun build up. You know what? I should make this give endurance charges. Fuck yeah, I should make this give endurance charges out of maps. That would actually be a really good idea because I don't have endurance charges automatically. This is gonna legit stun bosses, but we don't have stun. We don't have any stun build up otherwise. That's the problem. We don't have any stun build up because of Twister being converted 100%. So in maps you will stun things for sure. But on single target, I don't know. Not so sure. Well, is it AoE? No. Physical duration channeling. Let's see what we can put in parry. I need to see all the options. I've never really looked at this as far as the super late endgame support gem options. Hey, Mr. Definitive, how's it going? What do you need endurance charges for in the build? Well, we're focusing pretty hard on global defenses here with energy shield and evasion. We're running charge regulation automatically, so endurance charges massive actually, because I have them checked because we have 3 sources of charges, otherwise 2 for frenzy, 1 for power, and of course you're using charge profusion 2, which means 15% of the time when you get charge, you get random other charge. So actually, you would have probably at least around 50% endurance charge uptime anyway, but it would be nice if we had like a real deterministic way to get it. So you can see my evasion goes from 16.5 all the way up to 20,000, And your shield goes from 36 to 4,300. That's a 20% more multiplier to defenses. More multiplier. These things are pretty rare. So, yeah, I care. Care a little bit about that. All right. And if you can get like 3 endurance charges, they'll last for a really long time. Okay, so we got fire attunement, no. Efficiency, no. Knockback. Knockback? No, it wouldn't matter. Life leash, no. Heavy swing, no. I don't think I'm going to care about damage with parry at all. Pin, bleed, no. Immolate. Actually, what elements is parry? Does it just read off of flat? Flat damage rolls? Oh, it's got, okay, without this. Let's see, what's this two? It's gonna be most. Oh my god, it's like almost dead even. Wow, even parry will contribute to Trinity. LOL. Yeah, mostly off of fire though. Mostly fire. Generic charge duration on tree. Yeah, it's up here. It's actually conveniently located. Charge duration and dexterity. And actually, you know, you get this. You would get 6% skill effect duration, 3% AoE, 3% global defenses. So, not bad. Not bad. 5 dex, too. Or even more dex. Yeah, this gives flat dex. 50, 65, 70, 80. 80% increased duration of charges. I could see a world where you would take this for 4 points, especially with AoE. I mean, I would definitely do this if this meant hitting the AoE breakpoint, but it doesn't. Ironically, it would meet. It would. I'll keep this in mind for the Deadeye one because that would put me exactly 6% point over the breakpoint. I got 6 right here, which means this 6, which is exclusive to Huntress, would actually work for Deadeye if you had it here. Yeah, and it is pretty big. It won't matter much for frenzy charges, but for power and whatnot. I'll show you guys the tech that I have for charges here. This is going to be really nice. Now, again, you guys might not like this, but this is... What do you guys think of this? Disengage, Charge Profusion 2, Magnified Area 2, Culmination, Eyeless Chimes, Shocking Leap. I don't know what Shocking Leap might be redundant, but we just, you know, virtually guarantee you that the elemental ground will be on in case there's something, the stags were acting stupid. It was like a tiny arena or something, they didn't actually drop it. So the idea here is that a fully leveled Disengage gives you 3 frenzy charges if it removes parry. So you parry, disengage, boom, 3 frenzy charges. But usually it would be 4 because between charge profusion plus flying spear, 50% chance to gain an extra frenzy charge. So under most circumstances, that would be 4 frenzy charges instantly. We happen to have a max frenzy charge count of 4 by design. So single target on bosses. You know, certain bosses might be hard to parry, but most of them should be pretty easy with a setup like this. How fast is disengage? Like 200 milliseconds or something? Like the entire speed? Well, ironically, I was thinking of doing this. I was thinking of using this, actually. 40% more skill speed, but I think it'd be redundant. I don't think it matters. Nobody does that. It's an extremely fast skill already. The weird thing about disengage is it repositions you, which you might not want. So, like, you can't have triple whirling slash disengage and then cast Twister. You would have to whirling slash 3 times after using disengage. So it would be, in theory, the best way to do it would be like this. So you cast Twister precast even with no charges. Parry while the twisters are flying around. Disengage, triple whirling slash. Between the parry, disengage, and the triple whirling slash, you have about 3 to 5 seconds of nothing to do anyway. Like, there's nothing you can do that is going to increase your damage on a twister build in that time frame regardless. Like it's like you're whirling slashing into the boss doing a teeny tiny fraction of the normal damage you do with twister while you, and that's what we normally do. So it doesn't have much benefit. Sorry, I should have said well, actually, here's an unfortunate thing. Since parry set up on weapon set 2, it's going to force you to swap weapons, which means in order to get the power charge component of this, culmination 2 and eyeless chimes, you can't weapon swap. So what you have to do is you have to parry, then whirling slash a bunch of times, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times to, you know, get culmination. Culmination only stacks up 10 combo points now. They changed it, been nerfed, but that will still guarantee you 2 power charges. If you whirling slashed 5 times, which, I mean, 8 attacks per second, that's a little over 1 second of whirling slash. And your parry's still going to be up easily. You'll want it to be up because the twisters that were already cast moving around are doing a whole bunch of extra damage. And then you can disengage to rip off the parry debuff around, you know, a little bit before the time when it would expire naturally, which it will be up for about 5 or 6 seconds in total. Default 2 plus prolonged duration plus extra duration global puts it somewhere around the 5 to 6 second duration parry debuff. And so plenty of time to do that sort of rotation. So again, single target rotation, a little bit to it, but imagining twister's already been cast. You parry, you whirling slash a bunch, then disengage. That gives you at least two or 3 power charges and 3 or 4 endurance charges from that one disengage. I mean, you want to see some value from disengage. That's some fucking value for using disengage. Imagine disengaging for 3 power charges and 4 frenzy charges instantly. I mean, that to me is actually worth it. And then, oh yeah, also you drop shocked ground on the enemy at the same time. Imagine one button to get 3 power charges, 4 frenzy charges, and drop shocked ground. You guys want to press one button to do that? I mean, I think you guys can manage. But obviously a little bit to it, a little bit of prep work there to do that. But that is making disengage be one hell of a valuable button to press, which I think people will see the light on that for the most part. Not everybody. I think if you hate the idea of parry and disengage, you're probably just not a fan of twister in general. Because I mean, you either appreciate pressing buttons or you don't. So. Now all this is to say, you don't even necessarily need to use parry at all. You don't necessarily need to use parry at all because, like, it's not like, look, if you overgear the content, you don't have to use parry. It's just there if you need it. It's there as a defensive and extra offensive thing. And maybe people like it, maybe they're not. But, I mean, the build is set up nicely. If you really, really, really want to run a scepter anyway, I mean, I guess you can. But I'm trying to make a version that's going to work with parry. Wait, so you don't need Stampede at all? No, you're going to want Stampede. Like, that's an automatic shot ground. Like, you're not going to parry out in maps unless for some reason you just really want to. I mean, some people will want to. It'll be nice defensively. There are times in maps when you get stuck in a sticky situation, you're suddenly mysteriously surrounded by a bunch of breach mobs that are spawning in. 3 rares in your face. They're really dangerous. There's a mana siphoner involved, okay? Like, does parry cost any mana? No, it doesn't cost any mana to channel. So if you're stuck inside a mana ring, there's literally just nothing, you can't even roll out of it. Well, parry's not a terrible idea. At least you can sit there and live for a second and, like, try to figure out what you're going to do. Anyway, let's go back to this. Okay, we got Rage. I could see Rage maybe playing a role in there. I'm not going to care at all about that. Probably going to go 50% less damage. Probably going to do like stun 3 and just try to get endurance charges with parry. I think that's what I might do. So in maps, you have Combat Frenzy, giving you frenzy charges. You don't necessarily need power charges or endurance charges to map, right? But if you want to do the parry, but just with parry disengage, you get all charges, like massive quantity of all charges. Anytime you want, just parry disengage. A little bit of parry, a little bit of whirling slash disengage, boom, you got all the charges. I think that could be nice. I don't think it's asking too much. Retaliates. Okay, steadfast. Obviously, we're going to want steadfast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we definitely want steadfast. That's like the most important one. Steadfast 2. Then prolonged duration. Okay, these two are like mandatory. I forgot we need steadfast because that's... Okay, so actually, I forgot about this. So instead of being somewhere around the 6 to 7, you're the equivalent HP stun threshold you have while parrying is north of 10,000 life. So we're north of 10,000 life in terms of how much parry stun threshold we have. I don't think there's a single one-hit thing, like non-telegraphed one-hit attack any monster does in the game that it's going to stun you from 0 to 100. The reason why it's still good to have a huge stun threshold is so you can mass parry everything. Just mass parry. Like 30 monsters on the screen, 10 of them are shooting arrows at you, 5 of them are shooting fireballs at you, and 3 of them are meleeing your face. And 2 of those melee mobs are rares with extra damage. You're still not getting knocked down. Like, fuck you, mobs. Like, you're not stopping the parry. And then they're just, like, all getting parry debuffed. And then, you know, you whirling slash disengage. You just crush them all with the twisters that are already going out anyway. I think it could be kind of fulfilling and fun. Hey, you think it's doable? Not that bad to level an Oracle Twister? I don't know. BK Showers. Look up BK Showers, I think is his name on YouTube. Maybe he can answer some questions for you. Defy 2. No. Get the high percentage life meaning. No. I think I'm just going to go endurance charges on this. Dauntless Spar. Stun buildup caused by supported skills cannot reach 100%. Boo. That's the opposite of what I want. Incision, brink. Okay. Stoicism. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Enduring Impact 2. 30% chance to gain endurance charge when heavy stunning a non-unique enemy. Gain 3 endurance charges on heavy stunning a unique enemy with supported skills. 30% chance to gain charge and heavy stunning. So you're going, if I do the setup, you will stun the crap out of like every normal mob in the game, and you'll be stunning most magic mobs on hit. One single parry will stun them, I think. Rare monsters will probably take like 3 or 4 hits, 2 or 3 parries to actually stun. Yeah, and because if I go real hard on this, it should work. Just want to check all the other stuff. Could do like elevated blind. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. Close combat would be good, except not for this version. What, Parry won't hit that hard because my buckler doesn't have a huge evasion roll on it. And can't. Imagine you need a long shot on parry. That'd be funny. Parry with long shot. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, pursuit. Yeah, Parry's melee, right? Yeah, okay. Pursuit would be an automatic shoe-in for real damage. Pursuit 3, 30% more parry damage. If I need that. Well, it's only for the last 2 seconds, but, I mean, usually... yeah, I would do parry 2, not parry 3. Or pursuit 2, not pursuit 3. Yeah, 25% more in the last 8 seconds, probably. That would make a lot more sense. I forgot about blindside, but I'm not going to use that. Frenzied Riposte can be used on parry to like instantly get one. Like you can just parry to get a frenzy charge. In case you guys didn't know that, I'm pretty sure you can just plug Frenzy Riposte into parry itself. Or wait, no, I remember I tested it. Actually, it's kind of dumb. You parry, and then if the same monster hits you a second time while the parry debuff is up, then it just removes it and gives you a frenzy charge, which is actually a little bit dumb. I want to ask if you knew what was going on in the Spirit Walker showcase on 32-second mark. I don't know. Probably the similar support to what I'm using. We don't know how hard that boss was. Twister can one-shot bosses if it's over-leveled for it or over-geared for it. Absolutely. Could use something like Innervate, but I don't think I'd want to. For Ear Fox, thanks for the sub. Hey to you too. Appreciate that. I think I'm sitting in a state of high potential, guys. I only got like 50 active subs right now. Yet everybody's clamoring to see what I'm doing with Twister. Thrill of the Kill to call a shock. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be stun related. We're going to do stun related. So we'll do stun 3. And what's let's see. At level 90 you get unlock everything here. What was it called? I forgot the name of it. Red gem. Enduring impact? Perfect endurance. I've really wanted to do that. That'd be so cool. Okay. Alright, so more melee damage. That's like a option for this. But like initially your first 5 gems, which you would get like level 75 or something, would look like this, I think. I'll be getting charge regulation immediately at level 14, so. Only ask because they're not using disengage nor parry. Right. I'm setting up a different build. Once again, I'm setting up a build that should win build of the week. Because this is like ultra visionary build. Imagine running Twister build with parry and disengage. I mean, how much more vision can you get? You can't even go more vision than that. That is That is so above and beyond. So I might submit it for build of the week again, even though I didn't win last time. I had a pretty cool build last time, but yeah. The first endgame parry build. Hell yeah, dude. First endgame parry build. What a title that would be. Man, I'd be proud of that. I'd be legit proud. Because it piss off so many people at the same time. It'd be like, oh, of course they made a parry build build of the week. Fucking parry, who does that? You know, you'd have that kind of response too. But then there would be like comments roasting and be like, dude, you gotta try this. You have no idea how amazing this is. It's freaking awesome. Get like, you get like, just from parry disengage, you like 11 charges at once. Like, like max charge of everything. 3 endurance, 3. Imagine that. You stun a boss. Imagine you stun the boss. And then whirling slash to get disengaged. You actually get 3 frenzy, 3 endurance, 3 power, and 4 frenzy charges in the span of like 1 second flat. Holy, get wrecked. Twisters remain untouched. Good point. I didn't catch that. Hey guys, you want to see how much Trinity is doing? Check this out. Even at just 250 resonance. From 188 to 286 damage. That's a lot of damage. You guys know Trinity. Trinity's up with that. Wait, that's not even right. Actually, it's not even right. Sorry. With full conversion to elemental on Twister, it's more than that. From 222 to 364. Whoa. 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 I'm just trying to figure out what my crit chance isn't higher. They got pinpoint critical. I thought it'd be... And a 5% flying spear. 10% crit chance base flying spear. I don't have to be using critical weakness over here. I mean, I can take these points and it goes up to 80, but... Sure. I'm taking a lot of crit. The usual suspects over here. All this. Oh well. At this stage of the game, you don't have to crit every single time. It's not the end of the world. With Tangle Tongue, you need to crit every single time. And the nice thing is, if you were to just randomly throw Tangle Tongue in here, your crit chance would be a fair bit higher. Although not... This is with a mid-tier roll Tangle Tongue, too. It's a little bit scuffed. Anyway, what do you guys think? In-game. You're mapping, you're casting Twister, you dodge roll once, whirling slash have, 3 screens, cast it again. Twisters that were like, that you cast 7 seconds ago are still running until they expire. They run past you and run backwards and then past you again because the prog speed is so ridiculous. In map, the combat frenzy gives you 1 or 2 frenzy charges, or 1, 2, or 3 frenzy charges every single 4 seconds. The cooldown recovery is really good for combat frenzy 2. I think that's another reason to go cooldown recovery. Think of how many things benefit off cooldown recovery, okay? Salvo does not. Okay, Salvo does not benefit from cooldown recovery. Barrage, yes. Ice-tipped arrows, yes. Disengage, yes. Wind Dancer, yes. Combat Frenzy, yes. Ghost Dance, yes. That's a lot of cooldown recovery synergies there. So that's why, part of why I went multitasking and then anointed Authority, because with Authority anointed, this 6% here, this 15 or 10% here, and 3% scattered here, we're 3% over the breakpoint for AoE. Don't you think owls are big bait? It's like you only have time to cast 3 twisters. Do you think 3 is enough? What do you mean you only have time to cast 3 twisters? You cast twisters sparingly, which we already do. Yeah. Is it going to be glass cannon? Not really. I mean, it will be unkillable if you actually use parry. If you use parry, it's unkillable. But if you don't use parry at all, you still have like 70% evasion. Deflection will probably also be like 70 or 80%. I don't know. After the with the current formula, it's sitting at 60% here. A fizz hit could squeeze through and crush you really hard. Actually, the most dangerous thing will be chaos hits, probably. Chaos hits. Not so much if I get one more chaos res roll in. I kind of don't want to. By 3 twisters, do you mean 3 whirling slash stacks? If you get owls, you need to roll to use them after using roll. Using dodge roll after twister is not annoying. You have, if you're playing twisters optimally right now in the current state of the game, you are using barrage and salvo in the end game, because that combination is so powerful with you know, frenzy charge and stuff. That combo is so powerful that you have to use it, otherwise you're memeing, basically. That's without Primal Bounty. Primal Bounty is basically free damage and prog speed for a gameplay style that you would already be playing. Now you say, oh, but I have to dodge roll. Well, you have to twiddle your thumbs for like 3, 4, or 5 seconds between twisters anyway, because you're waiting on salvo, you're waiting on barrage, you're waiting on frenzy charges to combat frenzy, or in this case, you know, whatever you got to do to get frenzy charges. So what are you even doing? Like, can you not dodge roll? Like, what are you gonna do? You literally remove dodge roll from your bar, so it's like a button you never press? Everybody keeps dodge roll on their, you know, space bar somewhere, so they can always use it. You always want to have it in those emergency cases anyway. Just get in the habit of dodge rolling immediately after twister. Immediately after twister, dodge roll. That's it. Just do that. It's twister, dodge roll, whirling slash somewhere. Twister, dodge roll, whirling slash somewhere. That's it. You think the build will still be nerfed before launch? No, I don't think so. Not in any major way. Gun has been trying hard. I'm not paying any attention to what he's doing now. I think I glanced at his stream title. It looks like he's working on bows. That's all I know. He can do what he wants. I'm really liking this. I still think Deadeye may potentially be, well, not potentially, but I think Deadeye has a more likely than not chance of being stronger than Spirit Walker in the late end game. But I don't think it's like way above. I think Spirit Walker is probably like a close second. Abyssal Lich is, I don't know. I looked at that build a little bit more. I guess you can split off, like you can have a lot of attack speed plus prog speed. You get a basic jewel slot, but like ascendancy wise, you don't get anything else, and then you don't get hardly any spirit. Like, you're definitely not running Trinity on that build. If you are, then you're sacrificing a ton of power otherwise, and you're not, you're not getting a lot of value from. You probably, you're not doing Wind Dancer plus Ghost Dance, where you're getting your recovery from. You're not doing. You might be doing Combat Frenzy. You're probably not doing Charge Regulation, so you're missing out on a lot of power there. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of what I've seen with Abyssal Lich. I think it's a cool build. I definitely respect Prada for coming out with that build, but I don't have the least bit of FOMO for not playing that build after taking a closer look at it. I've glanced at it before, but I actually took a bit of a closer look yesterday. Does cooldown reduction also affect how often twisters hit? No, not directly, because it does not affect salvo reset, but it might affect primal bounty. Probably not. So cooldown affects many things, but not specifically how often you can cast Twister. I already went over this. It affects Barrage, Ice-Tipped Arrows, Disengage, Wind Dancer, and Ghost Dance. And maybe even Charge Regulation, but I don't... No, it doesn't. Never mind. I have FOMO if I don't play Spirit Walker, so I'll play it. Yeah, I'm not including any like new tech beyond the Ascendancy stuff in the build guide for now. We'll save that for like super late in-game stuff or adjustments later on. Okay, so I gotta kind of reverse engineer the internal cooldown of Twister hitting a target. No, you can't affect that number. The only thing you can do to make Twister hit more often is crank up the projectile speed and crank up the AoE of the Twister. Or deliberately fight enemies in a smaller space. Fight enemies with bigger hitboxes. You know, that's the only thing you can do. There will probably someday come an opportunity, if not already, there might already be an opportunity for this, but slow prog speed, like super slow prog speed Twister would probably be pretty awesome. Single target. But it would suck in maps. If anyone would like to run the Deadeye version of Twister, would your previous league guide for Deadeye be valid? You should follow what I'm doing with Spirit Walker and just shoe in Deadeye's tech, because it'll be almost no difference. Like, Deadeye will take these 3 points instead of these 4. That's like the only real difference on the entire passive tree. So they get 1 passive point back, I guess. That's basically it. And then you go Tailwind and you know, Frenzy Charge Tech, and you get Mark, and you got your Elemental Grounds who mark, charge mark, automatic marks, and you would maybe not do... You probably wouldn't do Disengage. You do maybe nothing or something else, but I mean, I'd still kind of want to use Parry for offense and defense purposes, but you wouldn't necessarily need Disengage. Like, you might run Call the Weak instead. That wouldn't be a bad idea, because you don't really need the extra Frenzy. I don't know, I mean, since Deadeye gets so much freaking value out of Frenzy Charges, you might want to spec all the max Frenzy Charges, like, you know, all of them. Go 7 max Frenzy. And... or even 8 with Corruption on Gloves. But anyway, if you had like 7 max Frenzy... because you can't really support 7 max Frenzy, not reliably, but you could have used the Disengage tech with Parry. And imagine casting 7 Frenzy barrages every time on Deadeye. Single target, like, what the... like, talk about destroying a boss. Like, just getting utterly destroyed. Yeah, so I think the build that I'm making is... it will morph over into a Deadeye variant super conveniently, and it is better than previous Deadeye, especially the leveling portion. Decisions for leveling are way superior. And you've seen me leveling Deadeye a lot in practice, as I tentatively planned to run Deadeye this league. Not going to now. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to kind of reverse engineer the build. I like what I've done here. We got a terrific leveling section, and we got a terrific super in-game section. Now we got to fill out the in-between. So I got to connect the dots, basically, and reverse engineer the top-end stuff. Maybe, like, for example, probably remove 1 modifier from every rare piece of gear to make it more manageable for crafting. Probably drop some rarity, for example. We're going to drop, you know, the Headhunter and Rakiatus Flow and all that stuff, obviously. And try to make it level 94 would make me happy. So 94 early in-game variant, 97 mid-in-game variant, and then 100 for the super late in-game variant. I will not be producing a super late in-game variant, but if I did, it might be like Coming Calamity Constricting Command version, or Culture of Crimson version, or Atsiri Energy Shield version. I don't know exactly. Why don't you play Twister on Secret Ascendancy? Well, I've already talked about that. I don't think that build is especially... I think that build is very neat and niche and had a cool specialty in the prog speed, but beyond that, I don't think it's... I think what makes that build special has been kind of ruined in real time with Spirit Walker Ascendancy. If you want to have a crazy projectile speed Twister build, you don't have to run Abyssal Lich. Four to 5 free curses. What's the percentage of damage scale from 3 to 7 for Twister? Well, for Deadeye, that's more than double damage. Probably. On average. At least double damage. For everyone else, it's probably like 60-70% more damage. About level 85 without jewels and crit. 85 will have crit. Yeah, I have that already. I mean, I already got that. Do we have late campaign version? Early Atlas. Early Atlas is the point where... So early Atlas, there's 90 passives put in. So that's like level... Well, that would be level 70. According to this. There's 20 of these. Yeah, that's level 70. And that is kind of the last point. And then at level 81... By level 81 is the full crit swap. So the assumption is, if you're playing this on Trade League, you can probably get Tangle Tongue and Call the Brotherhood by level 80. So yeah, big swap between early Atlas and Atlas progression. There are a couple swaps. There's from early campaign to campaign progression is the swap to Dance with Death double spear setup from Wolf Tech, and I know some people might not want me to do the wolf thing, but it is legitimately makes Act 1 and Act 2 very fast if you are willing to do that, because you can't do a whole lot else with weapon set points super early anyway. Yeah, I'm publishing a guide on mobalytics. I will. Hopefully within about 24 hours from now, we'll have a mobalytics guide done. It's probably going to be more like 30 hours from now, but before I go to bed tomorrow, I'm not going to be happy if I don't have it done yet. It's not just a guide, but an actual like build guide video. I'm not going to come out with unfortunately, the build preview video, because that only makes sense if you can already create the build, but I can't even create it and make tech for it and everything. So the point of that video is like showcase what it looks like and feels like and talk about the tech. So I'll have to come out with that after the fact, I'm afraid. Do I have POB for the Deadeye version? No, not yet. We have an old Deadeye POB you can check my YouTube channel for. I was wrestling a little bit about whether or not I wanted to include any special jewels for early endgame. Metamorphosis jewel kind of have access to it. There's something a little bit wrong with the progression point, is that even on late Atlas, I'm all the way up to like level 95 according to this, so I have to peel some things back. And I really don't want to. I really don't want to peel these things back. So it's 17, 18, 19, 18, 18, 15, 12, 15, 18, 19, 18, 18. 72 to 90 is a little rough. Could make this red. I think I'm just not going to go those. It's not going to do it. So this would be level 92, but that's not really late Atlas now, is it? So still need to pull some points. But I have to take these energy shield points. Kind of really need to. I don't know. I could drop them, I guess. If I really want to. Like, I could drop these. You're not necessarily going to have a really good version of that. Late Atlas stage? You're going to have a good ES helmet by then? I doubt it. Late Atlas, there's actually like no difference between Atlas progression and late Atlas really in the game. Cause it just means like you've done way more maps. Like, I don't know, like 100 maps later. Also, grats on the wake. Oh, wake of destruction. Least ethical thing I've ever seen. I know. Yeah, that was rough. These days, it doesn't matter as much. That would have been insane before Frost Tipped Arrows days, but it's still pretty crazy. It's just not absolutely insane. This stage here, late campaign, is basically the trip to 0.6 Twister. Breakpoint, AoE breakpoint. And then more speed. Hmm. I don't know how good this is going to be. It's going to be really good, though. It's almost, that's 75% increased shock effect. What was your opinion on the new Spear Unique? I haven't actually seen it, I don't think. I don't concern myself that much with new items until launch. New Ascendancy I do, but... Because, like, making a guide for a new item, I don't know where to put it. Even if it is great, I wouldn't know where to put it because I have no idea how hard it is to obtain and how much it'll cost before the league. So it's generally, as a build creator, you don't put new items in a league start. Cool to see all your practice pay off. Look forward to seeing you do more races. Thanks. I don't think we have one. I don't think we have any more planned. Could you remove the beginner nodes, the travel ones? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think it's worth it though. It would be if I need the attributes, maybe, but these are pretty valuable. So attack speed. Like in PoE 1, you always do this, but I don't know. I feel like in PoE 2, this is... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so it's a difference between like 10% increased damage for 5 versus... What, 20? Oh, okay, it's 10% damage. %, IS. 6 points. And some attributes. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 points. Alright, so for an additional 4 points, 6% IS, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 70. 70% damage. 70% damage. 17.5% increased damage per point. Plus 1.5 IS. That is... Yeah, that's stronger than what I'm doing here. Because this is... These are 20% elemental only. This is around 20% elemental per... a little bit more maybe. is definitely at least on par with like the least valuable points devoted to damage, so to speak. That's why I say, like, if I really needed attributes, maybe it's good. We are a little high on percent increased damage maybe for this build, but I don't know. Oh yeah, one. Well, okay, I would have AoE anyway because I'd put point here. We have to take the trip this way. I'm gonna keep that all the way through, I think. I thought about pulling these four, but especially when I do this. Yeah, like if I pulled points here and tried to find a home somewhere else, it'd probably be like the last thing I pulled was critical exploit wheel. Which I don't know, maybe it would be good, but this is like that I would be at a net loss of passives if I did that. Could pull this, but I really don't want to. I think it was a good idea to pull 2 proc speed points out here, though. That's getting diluted with other huge amounts of percent increased proc speed. A couple of 8 percentage points. I already pulled the 2 points here. I could pull these in advance. I pulled this entire spear wheel. Are spear point important? What? I need you to rephrase your question. I can drop the +1 max frenzy, but there's a lot of increased evasion too. Like some of the back end value from this wheel is pretty intense. 10% chance to gain additional frenzy charge, 40% increased evasion if you've consumed frenzy charge recently, and the maximum frenzy. Have I considered constructing command? Yeah, I have, but I'm not gonna advertise that amount or that version, at least not anytime soon. Wait a minute, what if 1, 2, 3, 4. That'd be 20% increased damage. How do you feel and think about crafting methods to put a single guarantee mod? I don't think it matters really. The only thing it's going to affect negatively really is, for me, is weapons. And even then, not anymore. Like before, we put battle essence and haste essence. I'm not planning to use battle essence anymore. It's kind of garbage. Did you utilize all the weapons at points? Yeah, in the end game. Oh, we're utilizing a proper amount in each stage. 4 in Act 1, 8 in Act 2. I think 8 in Act 3 still, and then like 16 in Act 4. Let's see what happens to damage here. 243. Alright, remember that. I'm gonna lose speed though. $242. It cost me 2 extra passive points. And that was like next best wheel almost. For 249 with 1 extra passive point. Man. That's with all buffs up. You wouldn't always have all that percent increased damage. This is just straight up permanent, basically. Crafted mod changes the massive nerf to regular essences. Well, like, okay, I guess, like, okay, if you want to make, like, what, rarity essence into perfect essence stuff? Like on boots or something? Normally, you're not going to start with a magic item, though. If you make those boots, well, maybe. I tended to default start with rare items and mess with them. Where they weren't crafted, they were just dropped a certain way. You have to like annul one mod and or chaos another mod, and then voila, they're like really good. Or very high potential. Yeah, this seems valid only if you really need the attributes. Made 800 plus div amulets starting from blues last league. That's not a thing anymore. So what, you were doing rarity into global defenses? Is that what you're doing? Really like this mid-end game variant. I like everything up to late campaign for sure. I don't want to really touch this. Twister have multiple ground effects? No. No, it can't. Tornado can from the Druid tree, but not Twister. Those people just don't know that you can't combine two. That's sure as hell news to me if you could. Late Atlas is the biggest problem. Would an armor evasion build and a hybrid build work for this? No. Maybe like constricting command version, but not very well. Chaos stuff, timeless jewel? No, probably not. Part of the big valley out of that was this point here, invocated efficiency. I like this one down here better for this version of the build. I've not tried to make Heroic Tragedy Jewel work, but it does not favor as an option for a build guide. You don't want to do that generally. Not in like a build guide creation, but maybe there is a version that could be good. Aren't the seeds all different for everyone else anyway? How hard can you push the whirling slash speed? Well, we got it up to 8.5 with everything up. 20 plus. I've never even had like higher than 12 like in combat. I don't think. Even on Deadeye. No, I don't go that high. Like you're talking about like. No, you're talking about like trying to do accuracy stacking in an era when accuracy stacking is super scuffed and stuff. Like the amount of power you'd have to sacrifice otherwise. I make all my builds are always kind of balanced, where we don't go all in on one particular aspect of it. They're sometimes a little bit on the glassy side, but you know, the different vectors of scaling are quite balanced. Parry is not snapshotted. Not here. It could be. From 243 to 364. Yeah, not snapshotted. Yeah, dynamic. Which is really, really good for Twister, because you cast Twister and then parry afterwards. And for the 5 or 6 seconds that Twister is running, you can just be parried almost the entire time. Assuming he does, the boss commits a parryable attack like right after you cast Twister. Everybody loves parry. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I do kind of want to put points here too. But I guess I can save those for later. Any idea how their weapons being crafted? No different than before, I don't think. I guess you would maybe finish this. Like you always had a choice between finishing prefixes or finishing suffixes, and maybe you would finish suffixes in the end instead. You can't onslaught and battle essence at the same time now. Parry plus riposte in the same thing. Nobody's gonna want to go battle essence anyway. It's only +2 now, and it was never all that great for attack builds anyway. Even at +3, it was kind of questionable. Like I would almost just rather take a random exalt slam instead of +3. Would definitely take a random exalt. Like even if you get like the lowest tier of crit multi, that's gonna be better than. Or if you get like, or even if you get something like leech, it means you don't need that roll on rings, something like that. Embrace the YOLO slam. Embrace the slam. Gotta embrace it, guys. You always got Whittling Omen anyway. If it's something trash. A perfect Exalt Slam. Not perfect Exalts will be cheap, probably. They were last league. Sorry, it doesn't look like I'm doing much here. I'm just kind of wrestling mentally with how I want to streamline the build. He changes the Valtech. I'm not running Monk this time, and Vertex got deleted, so I guess Soul Tether still works for that build early in game. Can I ask ChatGPT to make a build? Oh, good luck with that. Have you seen Crip? No, I didn't. I haven't seen anything Crip's done. Late Atlas. Need this. I mean, it kind of makes sense still here. Crip's still experimenting, but he vaguely wants to Spear Walker. I don't see the appeal of looking into what Crip wants to do. He doesn't play this game very often. His experience with the game on the whole is pretty limited, and his experience with Twister would be non-existent. So, I mean, with all due respect, I don't know why you'd really want his take on a new Twister build. Might want his take on something hardcore related. Survivability, armor formulas, things like that. It's a real bummer you start 8 hours post league start, means I can't follow your league start strat. Actually, I was contemplating, as much as I hate it, actually starting at launch this time. I was contemplating it, but I mean, that is just, I don't know how I'm gonna move my sleep schedule back, because I only get like 2 hours of sleep or something. Did you try Explosive Spear Disengage? No, I didn't try it because I know it would be terrible. Not worth. I saw what it's like, and there's, even I am not. I mean, you want to turn people off from spears. Real quick, you show them a showcase of Act 1 Explosive Spear gameplay. It barely even does any damage. It's like a huge amount of work to do a normal amount of damage. Leaves ignited ground behind. Yeah, but so does Parry Fangs of Frost instantly. And you don't need the extra damage prior to level 3 gem. It doesn't matter. Like, having elemental ground doesn't matter in the first 5 zones or whatever. You don't need that. I really want to keep these together because this represents a full effort to 0.6 Twister. And that is, I mean, that is reflective of late campaign anyway. That would be huge to be the Twister Messiah. Too many don't know you yet. I don't know. You think I should study for my master final or play PoE and make cool tornadoes? I'm afraid I shouldn't answer that. What other builds do you recommend? I don't pay enough attention to other builds to really know. I'm not somebody who makes like a tier list of builds. I don't know. Crimson Cast would have a great input on like League Starter choice. I know he made a video. It looked good. As far as like endgame builds, I mean, it's probably too early to tell. Whatever strong was really strong last league that is still strong this league. Although I think Twister is one of the only things that didn't get like nerfed at all. Like at all, really, except for the leech side of things. That's about it. I don't think it's gonna matter though. We don't need much mana leech. Just having a mana leech roll and getting one instance is probably enough. Plus the unique mana flask. Then life leech is another story though, and that's why I wanted to go Ghost Dance if possible. You just get a little bit of life on hit, or one copy of life leech should be enough to just kind of counteract poisons and stuff. I heard Ice Shot did get nerfed though, at least in the campaign. Shock Magnitude. You could temporarily pull these for the sake of the guide. If I, what is that? 12. $15, $17, $19. Yeah, 19 divided by 5 is almost 4, so it's definitely worth. How does leech mana and life work? Yeah, you can only do one instance. They'll probably cap out. But if our primary recovery is mostly reliant on energy shield with Ghost Dance, and then, you know, mana recovery isn't going to matter that much if we're not scaling gem levels, which we're not in any big way. On this build, we were on Monk. So Monk will have a lot more issue with mana recovery. You can go like mana on kill and stuff, but single target, I don't really know how the Monk deals with mana recovery. You know, level 38 cast on crit spark is crazy. Rit Keto says, what do you think? Even if Twister gets nerfed? Well, I mean, it's not getting nerfed, so unless they just pull a Hail Mary and nerf it randomly post patch notes, I don't think we need to worry about it, really. Will we be able to build it the same way? Yeah, there's so many different ways to build it. Have they updated Path of Building for 0.5? No, I have on my end. I got the final version of the build clean cut, ready to go, gear and everything I like. But I'm just I'm mentally wrestling with trying to fill in the gaps between the very refined leveling portion of the build that has already been done for weeks, and through all the crazy amount of speedrunning I've been doing, refining that. From that to the final version of the build, like hundreds and hundreds of divines in value. Because the mid-in-game variant is like probably upwards of 1,000 divines or more in terms of how much it would cost. Maybe a couple thousand. Although, I mean, who knows what divines are really worth now. Yeah, it's going to be a stellar build, for sure. I said this before at the beginning of the stream. Obviously, every content creator has their niche. Some spread their skills thin and cover a wide net. Some stay hyper specialized and go with an exceptional depth in that thing. I am of the latter ilk. Okay, I ultra specialize on Twister. There is nobody in the game who is more knowledgeable about Twister than me, as far as somebody who has like an actual sizable platform. I'm certainly not aware of anyone. Prada would be probably the next closest thing. Even he hasn't played Twister nearly as much as I have. He has a great Twister build with Lich, but it's not something I'm doing. And yeah, I mean, I don't think I got a big head about myself in saying that, because it's just factually true. I put in well over 1,000 hours into Twister and theory crafting and playing it and playing it to the deep end game 3 times over already, and we're doing round number 4 this time. So if I was a viewer, and you know, in this day and age, on the internet, with all the information on the internet, you don't really want to look at what anyone is saying except the person who is actually the most knowledgeable and most refined at what they're doing. Like, you go straight to that person when you identify who they are and you do what they're doing. And I am that person for Twister. There's no mistaking it. If you want to follow somebody else, by all means do it. But as a viewer, I can assure you that there's nobody who knows this better than me. If you want the number one speed running guy, go watch Guy That Dies. He is also running Twister, so he'll have a good version for speed running Twister. Although there are some changes that there are some things he's doing that I actually don't like, especially in the context of an everyday player. I'm afraid that people who follow him and his leveling guide are gonna get burned really hard in some ways. They're not gonna realize all the moving parts that go into it. And so that's kind of unfortunate that there's going to be a lot of people who come out the other end, people following him that are going to hate Twister and think it's terrible, and they're going to be at a loss for words, not understand what's wrong, and he's not going to have a great answer for it because he can only look at it through the lens of an expert gamer, and he's not going to really be able to solve their problems or even give them words of solace, probably. Solace. Are we worried about this in the patch notes? No, especially since desecrated modifiers don't count as a crafted mod. For that reason, I'm not worried about it. Can we have this pod? You have to wait till the end. If you want to come back later, you can type !POB in Twitch after I'm done streaming, and you can pull it. But I'm not going to be giving this away until the end of the stream. It's going to be another couple hours probably. I want to give you guys real-time updates, but I don't want to give you guys something that's really messy for obvious reasons. I don't want the wrong people looking at it and shitting all over it, or something that's not even a finished product. Or the right people looking at it and not making sense of the mess, Either way, it's bad. Quick question, is Salvo only a mapping support, not great for the campaign? Salvo is great for the campaign in a world where it's difficult to get elemental grounds. Because then you have to go out of your way to get the elemental ground, a little bit of work, and so you don't have to do that often, so then Salvo is better there. Because then you have a sort of cooldown-based Twister gameplay, sort of. In a world where it is easy to get elemental grounds for the campaign, Salvo's not as good. Especially if you are having to sacrifice one of your Twister damage supports for a non-damage support, in which case we are all doing that with Frost Nexus. But I'm not sure to what extent I want to use that, because we're going to get straight into... we're going to jump straight into Vivid Stampede, I think. I'm not planning to go Primal Bounty first ascendancy point. I think getting a very reliable elemental ground is going to be a lot more valuable. Especially when we don't even have Proj 3, Acceleration 3 unlocked. Like, it's not that great. And we're spamming Twisters anyway. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I set it up like this. Subterfuge mask at the end. So many are gonna hit a wall. The wall with Twister League Start. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna... This happens invariably every single league. Every single league. There are gonna be people coming into my chat 6 hours into league start saying, what the hell is going on? I'm doing no damage to bosses. Why am I doing no damage to bosses? I'm gonna get flooded with those messages. Everyone else running Twisters is gonna get flooded with those messages. Especially when they see people like Guy That Dies campaign run, where he just obliterates bosses real quick. Things change a lot when you start entering, the high tier maps, endgame, and if you're not getting really good RNG on crafts, you don't know exactly what mods are best on a spear. And this is one big reason why we go Tangle Tongue, to remove all that bullshit RNG out of the equation, and we build the Twister build into Tangle Tongue, focus on critting 100% of the time, and then you get a nice, consistent bossing DPS build Maybe not the absolute most that you can get at that time, but it really smooths out the experience and makes it the best that it essentially guarantees you're going to have a decent experience, even on bosses. I played Twister last league off your build. Is adding parry going to be a big part of this build after campaign? Not a big part of it, but it will be a very powerful tool you can have on bosses specifically. And it's one of the reasons why I'm doing it, is because I like the idea of solving part of that issue where people are going to have issues with bossing damage and giving them a tool that can really increase bossing damage. Most notably, real-time dynamic increase or more damage taken by 50%, debuff, which is parry itself, as well as disengage, giving power and frenzy charges maxed out instantly after parry. Between those two things, you're going to be doing a lot more bossing damage than you would otherwise, even compared to like having a scepter that gives like, you know, what is the 25% gain is extra elemental damage. You're using a level 10 spear. Now, flying spear is the best twister base. For a spirit walker, flying spear would be mandatory because it's multiplicative with your prog speed. That implicit is multiplicative. It's a local roll on the weapon. You have to have it. Absolutely have to have it for both Lich and Spirit Walker. But I mean, it's so good even with like Deadeye. Still always favor that. If it wasn't one of the highest DPS bases already, then we might be talking about something different. But it is the highest, one of the very highest DPS bases. On top of that, having an excellent implicit, so it's just a shoe-in, automatic shoe-in. I remember last time leveling, I didn't take Subterfuge Mask because I didn't have like a proper helmet for it for a long time anyway, so. But this is increased evasion, energy shield. As long as I stay under level 90, I can call it Atlas, late Atlas, but still prefer to be a little bit more. I don't have anywhere else to put these points. I could just not take cooked until the early end game. There's 2 crit chance nodes. Make this all green. Yeah. I think I might do this. We don't necessarily need things even Vivid Stampede to crit. It's actually a pretty smart idea to wait on cooked until you have the end game, like your defense is actually figured out a bit. You start wrecking your defenses. Although, I mean, it is strong with Tangle Tongue, obviously. I'm spending too many points. I'm just spending too many points. The guide doesn't make any sense spending that many points. Calling it early Atlas progression, late Atlas when it's already like 90, level 90. Early end game, I want to be level 94 if possible. Late Atlas, I'd like it to be in the high 80s. mid to high 80s. Atlas progression, mid 70s. High 70s, maybe. Early Atlas, early 70s. That's how I usually do it. So as far as crit wheels, we still better have a lot of crit still. 1, 2, 3, 4, a big one here. 4, 5. There's still 5 crit wheels. I mean, that's plenty, and a major crit swap. I'm only missing 20% increased crit chance by dropping cooked, and that matters a lot more when you switch to Tangle Tongue early on. I think the Anoint might be critical exploit still. Guys, how hard is it to get Yoke of Suffering at League Start? Would there be notes in your POB, like where to get the critical upgrade uncut gems? That's going to be in the Mobilytics part of the guide. I'm not going to be putting in POB. Probably. Because Mobilytics will transform all that stuff into the in-game build guide. Remember, the guides are going to be in-game as well, so... Your chat will be filled again like in 0.3 with all the people struggling to make the keybinds work. Now deaths from trying to parry. Yeah, I watched your video today, and in the Deadeye vs. Spearwalker section you said you played Deadeye Twister before. Do you have an updated skill tree? No, but I will before League start. It's going to be one of the last things I do, though. It's going to play almost identical to Spearwalker. In fact, the passive tree is only different right here. These 3 points versus these 4. I think it's like identical otherwise. Is there a way to know what bosses are parryable without just dying to them all? I mean, most bosses are parryable if it's not a red animated, you know, telegraphed incoming attack. But otherwise, I don't know why, but there are a few early games, like Mudburrow boss is really hard to parry, even though he doesn't do just like normal looking. Even Miller's weird, like you can't parry the backhand to some weird abilities programmed in a bad way like that. But yeah, so why do you choose Amazon and not Huntress? This is Huntress. I can't put Spirit Walker into POB. It's not updated for that. Sorry. Why'd I choose Spirit Walker over Deadeye? I mean, I made a whole video on that. A lot of it has to do with because it's a new thing, and I've already played Deadeye before. And it still looks really strong. It's not like Deadeye looks hand over fist better than Spirit Walker. They look pretty close, but I have a feeling Deadeye is going to edge out Spirit Walker a little bit in power, especially single target. But I think Spirit Walker will outperform Deadeye on trash because of that proc speed. Will be insane out of maps. So we're dropping Cold Tornado for Lightning Ground once you ascend. Yeah, see, I don't know exactly how convenient it'll be. We might just run both, but it's like a backup. But like for sure, the Stag Vivid Stampede is gonna be really good in the campaign on bosses, because like on bosses with Frost Nexus, you don't get Chilled Ground 100% of the time. If you're parrying Fangs of Frost still, and you're still doing that, you can, but if you're not doing that, you don't get it. So it's a little bit annoying in campaign. So you have elemental ground 100% of the time, like just on trash in the campaign, but you only have it about 50. I mean, even if you're killing the boss pretty fast, you only have it about 50% of the time. Single target on campaign bosses. Will you be doing a similar POV? I already did a POV for Monk on Act 1. I'm not going to have time to do Monk, but Monk gets way stronger in Act 2. Mainly because the Monk Ascendancy, I Am the Blizzard, is the single best Ascendancy in the game across all builds, all Ascendancies, even the new ones coming in. For an Act 2 Ascendancy timing, one Ascendancy taken. Because you literally just remove Frost Nexus and get a damage support back in, and you do gain as extra 10% cold damage on top of that. It is a unbelievably good Ascendancy point. I think the Spirit Walker will come in a little bit behind it, but still pretty strong with a Vivid Stag. Again, allowing you to put a damage support back into Twister. But you'll have to, at least it might be a little bit weird that you have to some extent follow your Vivid Stag, which should naturally kind of move where you are and where you're going anyway. But, you know, it's a little bit weird. Like, if you're running around and opening an attack, you're not going to have... It's not like Twister is going to freeze an enemy instantly and drop Chilled Ground instantly and then become elemental instantly all in the blink of an eye. That won't be happening with this. It'll be like you're running around, you got a Whirling Slash, Stag comes out, and then as Stag comes out, Shocked Ground dropping, and then you're casting... Twister and stuff. So, I mean, you have to Whirling Slash anyway. Basically, you'll need to Whirling Slash into enemies. Because after you've moved a bit, you get the Vivid Wisps, and then, you actually have to Whirling Slash to spawn the Stags, and then they drop the Shocked Ground. Ice Bite? Oh, yeah, I mean, I played with Ice Bite. There was no convenient way to put it in. I do have Ice Bite conventionally beforehand. In previous versions of the build, because Ice Bite went into Fangs of Frost, which also had freeze support for huge freeze buildup, and just, the hard way, hard froze trash mobs, and then dropped Chilled Ground that way. That was before the days of Ice Tipped Arrows and Frost Nexus. It still worked really well. Does higher proc speed mean that each Twister will hit more times? Yes. Because each Twister will make more passes before they expire in the same amount of time. Generally speaking, yeah. The only reason I want to try Twister instead of Spirit Walker is because of having dodge roll every time, and activating Owl will sound very annoying. Guys, that is a huge misnomer. Anyone out there who thinks it's going to be bad to dodge roll between Twisters, you got it all wrong. The way to play Twister right now, across any build, literally any build, the best way to play Twister is to go Barrage, Frenzy Charges, and Salvo at the end game. That will automatically garner more damage per second than any sort of Twister spam type gameplay will. The only thing that can even come close is if you weapon swap in Tornado Shot, which nobody wants to do, and that removes your double. That would mean you'd have to it requires high precision, high accuracy, and timing. Also dropping the double spear setup, meaning you can't get Dance with Death or an offhand, one or the other, and so nobody wants to do that. Plus, you can't get any other. As far as I know, there's no other super awesome tech for bows and Twister anyway. Believe me, I tried. I tried to research that. I really wanted to make Tornado Shot work because it sounded awesome, but I promise you, nobody would want to do that. So, outside of Tornado Shot being the thing that spawns a whole bunch of extra Twisters, which it does, by the way, the answer is Salvo. Salvo puts an internal cooldown of roughly 4 to 6 seconds between Twister casts. You can cast Twister often if you want, but you'll get less bang for your buck because you're not waiting for the Frenzy Charges, you're not waiting for Barrage to come off cooldown, you're not waiting for Salvo to come back, so your Twisters are kind of weak compared to what they would be. So the best way to play is to cast Twister and then wait for 3, 4, 5 seconds, depending on how tripped out your build is. Minimum of 3 seconds. You're going to wait. What can you do in 3 seconds? Well, one thing you can do in 3 seconds when you're doing literally, you're just fucking off anyway. There's just literally nothing you can do that's good for damage purposes. One thing you can do is dodge roll. You can do you have time to dodge roll in 3 whole seconds, and it doesn't cost you any damage whatsoever. It doesn't cost you any damage. In fact, it improves your survivability, because when you dodge roll, your survivability is higher in that moment than it would be otherwise. Another thing you can do in that 3 seconds when you're fucking off, you can parry, and then make an enemy that is standing in front of you take 50% more attack damage in real time while your twisters are going out shredding the shit out of that enemy. So I'm giving you so one thing you have to do with this ascendancy is dodge roll, and the other thing I'm giving you is parry, which is another thing you can do that's really valuable with the ascendancy, which is not worth doing unless you're fighting a really hard enemy, of course. Nevertheless, that sometimes happens, so it's a good idea to have something valuable to do. It only costs you, compared to other versions of Super Endgame builds, it costs you the Scepter slot, which is 100 Spirit on the second weapon set, as well as a lot of gain as extra damage that is not actually competitive with 50% more multiplier to damage, but, you know, automatic. Anyway. So the parry thing, some people may not want... I'm making the parry thing work with a huge amount of utility with getting frenzy charges, power charges, and even endurance charges. So I'm putting a massive amount of tech into parry and disengage. Because with the way I set it up, I actually don't know. I'm not 100% sure if this works very well, but theoretically you could get some... Actually, I don't know why I did that. Should be charge profusion too anyway. Probably. Yeah, probably. Alright, so you can parry for endurance charges, because like when you parry with these supports, if you parry a trash mob, it's getting stunned and dying at the same time, basically. If it's not dying, it's getting stunned. So decent chance of getting endurance charges there, but that's the least of it. What it really does is prep your disengage for 3 or 4 frenzy charges in 1 disengage, and then you can get up to 2 or more power charges per disengage as well. Enemy taking increased damage and more damage is multiplicative. Yeah, it'll be the ideal late game shield for parry. I think it's this one automatically. Infinite parry range. You no longer need to worry about range. Can anybody confirm that this works with spells? Infinite parry range for spells? Because normally you can only parry in like super tight melee range with spells, but if you can parry any range spells, then that's actually just godly. Alright, so yeah, in like 1 hour or 2, we've basically shuffled 4 points around. But I'm answering a lot of questions. Are you going to be using an Aurabot companion? I'm probably going to go the bear, just for the Trinity of things for Spirit Walker at first. Then later, once we get a regular weapon with Onslaught on kill, probably you lose a lot of motivation to run that, because you get the Onslaught on this scorched ground or whatever. And you lose motivation, and I think going for the second stag point for that huge shock effect would be better. So at first, Onslaught, damage reduction, you know, you're weaker, you're still fleshing out the build, you get the Onslaught automatically, you get the 8% DR at least. You get even more with that probably when you put supports in the bear. You get 40% increased damage when you haven't gotten all your sources of increased damage, which would be a little nicer too. And something else. Let me see it. Something else. Oh yes, well, stags actually, I guess the Vivid Stag will behave intuitively and not like fail to spawn shock ground or something, because it can do like turns and things, and Apparently the shock ground's not super reliable if the stag is spawning into a wall or something, but so long as it's not doing that, it's fine. And I guess the specialized version of this stag, it can, you know, I don't know if it can do like a 180 turn or something, but maybe it can like I'm imagining, I wish I could have seen this in the showcase, but imagine you're trying to kill a boss in like the freaking, I don't know, imagine you're clearing a zone like cells or prison or something like that. Like, is Stag going to drop shock ground in that zone? I don't know. Hopefully. By third ascension, you Stampede, Owl second, Bear third. No, probably do Stag, then double Owl, then Bear. Because the second and third Owl one comes in at the same time when you would get, around the same time you would get Salvo and your Greater Jeweler. So your Greater Jeweler would come in for. So tentatively, my plan is to do the Ascendancy in Act 2, skip the second one, and do the third one after the interludes, and then just as you do the third one after the interludes, you're double dipping on the Owl tech, and then switch to Salvo right then and there, right after that. Because you definitely switch to Salvo by then, if you haven't already. And I don't think you do already still, because, well, we'd have prog speed 3. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you don't even get prog speed. See, another reason why Owl is kind of meh in the campaign is because you don't have prog acceleration 3 until the interludes. So you wouldn't even really want to do Owl until the interlude. Like, you don't get that much value out of it. You're better off in the campaign early on spamming twisters really quick. And, you know, dodge rolling or not is fine, but like, you're doing quick pace, you know, you're going fast. It's a campaign, it's easy. You're just going fast. You're running around, sprinting everywhere. You're 1, 2, 3 twister, 1, 2, 3 twister, 1, 2, 3 twister. You're not reaping. You're like, the gameplay doesn't speak to the Owl primal thing. Like, it just doesn't speak to that. You're just more efficient, like literally just skipping the Ascendancy, getting it later after the fact. Once you get prog speed acceleration 3, once you get the Ascendancy to double dip on the Owl tech, then those two at the same time, that's gonna supercharge the build going into maps, and the gameplay will shift into more cooldown based. Like I said before, cast twister, then you're not doing anything for like 3, 4, 5 seconds. Twister, I mean, you're moving around with whirling slash in between. So yeah, there will be like a shift in the gameplay at that point. It'll be fun, that little transition. I'm looking forward to seeing what that feels like. I mean, I already know what it feels like because I've done this enough time, but it will be more intense because I already know exactly what it feels like to shift into Salvo-based gameplay with Twister, but now it'll be like, you know, supercharged version of that with the Owl Primal Bounty. So I'm very much looking forward to that experience. That's probably the biggest thing I'm looking forward to on day one, will be that moment at the end of the interludes into maps. Thoughts on crafting after they gutted it with crafted tag? No, I'm not that concerned about it. My style of crafting was usually to take broken rares that were like 4 or 5 modded, Chaos Orbit once, or YOLO Annul once, Chaos Orbit a second time, and then like just one YOLO Exalt Slam, and then voila, it's finished and great. Like, and maybe desecrate something. I'm not that keen on like crafting things from scratch for profit or whatever. People who are doing like profit crafts that specifically use 2 deterministic mods or more, they got shafted, but like I never did that, so I don't care. The only thing this affects even remotely in the way I craft is the endgame spear. So you can't, I was already going to drop battle essence anyway. So you would, before this change, it would have been get your suffixes done, get your onslaught perfect essence of haste done, and then through a fractured prefix mod, do the constant reset with gain is extra, perfect essence on that side. You cannot do that order anymore because you would already have the perfect essence of haste on there. And so now basically the craft probably flips upside down, and you instead fracture the suffix, okay? And so you fracture the suffix. So you do the prefixes first, using some of the reset methods and stuff. And like, well, I guess you do the prefixes first, but you close the suffixes with junk mods. But you have your one you fracture 5% crit, and then you do the prefixes first, and then you have to like whittle omen the suffix properly, which you always have to whittle omen the 5th mod anyway, and then it's like a 50-50. Well, you would get a free exalt slam in the end, I guess, anyway, or desecration. I guess the weird thing is like, I guess you're going to use the desecration on the 5th mod, probably, is what you would do there. Yeah. Yeah, so you would, doing the prefixes would be the hard thing. So you fracture 5% crit, then you do the prefixes the hard way. If you're talking about like super in-game crit, you get merciless on the hard way, then you get the flat fizz on the hard way with like, exalt, whittle, all that stuff. And then the suffixes would actually be pretty easy to finish once you get the prefixes done. I mean, it's a little tough getting 3 prefixes done without, any tech specialty, but at least then the suffix is easy, because you would no longer have any more perfect essence mods on there, so you would be able to just constantly spin perfect essences on the suffix side with your protected crit roll and reset it constantly. Desecrate mod it even if you wanted. Or I guess you desecrate. Or yeah, actually, I mean, it would just be done. You just put perfect essence of haste on there and then desecrate the 6th mod, and it wouldn't be that hard to hit it. You just get like back and forth. So the craft becomes harder in the middle of the craft rather than the end of the craft. It's basically the same thing. That probably went over a lot of your heads, but like that's how you would craft like a mirror tier spear, for example. Or even just not necessarily mirror tier, but like, you would set, like, imagine you settle on the prefixes. You only go for 2 good prefixes out of 3, and your 3rd one is kind of meh. But that would be a really expensive one to hit. Hitting the 3rd good prefix is very expensive on a craft in that order. Well, if you just hit percent fizz and flat fizz, you're good to go. You're like, okay, this is good. I don't need anything else. Let me just finish suffixes. Whatever, slam wed in the prefix. Fuck it, whatever. The suffixes anyway. You aren't using the T1 fizz double abrasion, then I don't know. That doesn't. What you mean? Starting with a magic spear? No, I never did crafts from magic. I always did from fractured. I'm talking about crafting from fractured mod, not magic spears. Abrasion? You're talking about a magic spear essence craft? No. I mean, there's a place for that. Like, the best way to craft an early game spear in the campaign. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Here's one of the really nice things about the way I'm making this build. They essentially gutted crafting in a way that's going to make crafting an early endgame spear much more expensive. But I got news for you. The early endgame spear for this build is Tangle Tongue. So it don't matter. Like, you don't move beyond Tangle Tongue until you are ready to spend like over 100 divines on a spear craft. So it doesn't even matter. It means nothing. Like you're jumping into the high end crafting anyway, where you just do prefixes first instead of suffixes because of this change. It doesn't really change the actual cost of the craft, at least not much, because you're starting with a fracture and not a magic spear anyway. What they change on craft? I mean, basically you can only have 1 essence mod per item. So people who were using, especially people who are crafting starting with magic items, getting a deterministic essence into rare and then using perfect essences later on in the craft, they can't do that now. Because you only get 1 essence mod per craft. It's counted as a specialized exclusive mod now. One essence mod per item only. One fractured mod per item only. But you can still desecrate as well. So, like I said, as long as you can desecrate, as long as you can have a desecrated mod and an essence mod on there, it's totally fine. If they somehow made those tied exclusively, that would really put a hurt on crafting. So this is level 85. I like it. Maybe I can put this back in. $88. Okay, late Atlas, 88. I like it. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay, so this is 10. So 88 to 94, 6, 10. Okay, that's a nice threshold there, yeah. I think this is the Atlas progression tree sitting nicely. I like that crit swap. So this would be Atlas progression at level 78. Yep, sounds about right. That's right at like yellow maps, late yellow maps, early reds. Depending how hard you skip the tiers. Yeah, there will be a mobalytics for this. My goal is to get mobalytics guide out within 24 to 30 hours from now ish. My plan is we're only working on POB. I don't know if I get the whole POB done, but I'll at least get something worthy of sending to you guys at the end of this stream. In the next we're gonna stream for another 1 or 2 hours. I'm gonna get dinner. Then I'm going to try to do a. I'm not looking forward to this, but an uncut. Don't get out of your chair between level 1 and maps, which for me is gonna be probably like 5 hours. Not tier 15 maps, just 2 maps. Then tomorrow, use some of that footage in a nice, somewhat produced video. Work on that in the morning and afternoon. Have it out to you around 24 hours from now. Actual formal build guide video with POB. Oh yeah, I'll have to populate it up in Mobalytics too. I would do that later tonight as well. And then after that video, like the following day, post the uncut full run of that. And then like the following day, make a sort of like leveling guide commentary cut version of it. So like cut it from like 5 hours down to like 30 minutes or something with only narrating the important parts, showing it and everything. That would be actually be very similar to what Guy That Dies did on his. Well, it's nice to know that he did something like that for what is to be Spirit Walker. So at least that's out there already if you guys want to see certainly a decent video on that ahead of time. Granted, his build would be a little bit different than mine, leveling wise, but no major differences really. Thoughts on New Monk Ascendancy with Twister? I didn't look into it enough to really give you any serious thoughts, but at a glance, and you know, I looked into it a tiny bit, but it didn't seem that appealing to me. How many players fit into a game? 6 players. Will I also put out a Scepter version? No, not planning on it, but I will at least make a comment about it on the league, on the build guide video. I'm sure I'll at least mention it. Like I'll say, you know, if you're gonna do a Scepter, maybe you do this. What will you charge? I thought you said change. Will I charge for that POB? All the subs. All the subs. I don't know. How much for POB? I already said I'm going to give it to you guys at the end of the day. 18, 18, 11. So this goes from 18 to 11. So probably, all right, this is early Atlas at level 70. See, that's not real. Early Atlas at level 70. '18 to 14 to, why is like a 1? Not an even number. Why? Hmm. Fuck it. I'll be just better off doing this. I don't know. The reason why I don't want to do weapons at 1, because that's a lot of cast speed for Twister side as well. It's gonna be so good. Maybe I wouldn't switch to Salvo right away. Early Atlas. Early Atlas. This is level 56? Late campaign is definitely level 56. Early Atlas is... Early Atlas at level 70. Maybe just do this. Trying to anticipate exactly when I get Salvo. I feel pretty compelled to, at least it gives the player the option maybe to rush that a little bit. I think I'm gonna get it. I think I am gonna get an early Atlas, really early, like earlier than this. We pull these two, I guess. Yeah, maybe this. We might pull those. Right now, I'm trying to smooth everything out so it's easy to follow in terms of the timing. For example, campaign start is Act 1. This is literally what your tree would look like at the very end of Act 1. At level 13 in Act 1. And then at the end of Act 2, this is like exactly what your tree looks like. This is the end of Act 3. This is around the end of Act 4. This is almost, it's almost exactly 1 for 1 on that. and what like the timing of it. And then early Atlas, Atlas, and late Atlas is a little bit more nebulous, right? A little bit, but especially with how fast you progress. But basically, the expansion between should expand. You know, it's like 17 passives, then 18, then 19, then 18, then 16. It starts winding down, squeezing a little bit. 16 to 13 to 10. And then your late Atlas is level 88. And I think this, yeah, I'm trying to really match it up that way. It's highly restrictive, but it just makes it so clean, you know, whenever you do that. I don't know, it's a little annoying, though, to, like, what do I do? Unspec those 2 points. Actually, you know what I should probably do is respec these. I think it'd be a mistake not to take those by then. Because you're talking about getting through yellow and red maps, you're not going to have stun resist. I mean, with or without parry is kind of oof. These are a pretty big deal. These are really like the only non-evasion energy shield based defensive points that I think are worth taking. Boss says one major problem with Spear Walker, the freaking dodge thing every 6 seconds. How do you feel about it? No problem. Tell me, what are you doing in those 6 seconds that you're not dodging? What else are you doing? That's part of your rotation. Are you doing something important in those 6 seconds? There's nothing to do in those 6 seconds. You got nothing to do. You're waiting. You're waiting on Owl Feathers. You're waiting on Salvo. You're waiting on Barrage. You're waiting on all 3 of those to line up anyway. They take about 4 or 5 seconds. You got nothing else to do. So just dodge. Dodge once. It's not going to kill you. You might even avoid taking damage while you're at it. I'm in the habit. I will get in the habit of dodge rolling right after every twister cast with this build. It'll become second nature to me real quick. Cast twister, dodge roll. It's the most sensible time to dodge roll anyway, because right when you cast twister is when you're most vulnerable from projectile attacks in particular. You're whirling slash moving around, monsters have a hard time hitting you from any angle, whether melee or especially at range. But the second you cast twister, you will have stood still for a split second, and all incoming projectiles have a chance to hit you. That is a terrific time to dodge roll, instantly out of it. And to some extent, it seems like this is a bit of hearsay, but it seems like you can, to some extent, animation cancel the twister while still getting all the twisters out, which means you actually are technically more efficient by dodge rolling out of twister than you would be by whirling slash out of twister. I don't know if that's true. I'm just kind of going off vibes there when I've done it, but you plan Endgame gonna play EV or yes or pure EV? EV yes, for sure. I think I don't know exactly how Leech is gonna feel, but I'm pretty sure Ghost Dance, even after it's been nerfed twice, is gonna be decent. So let's actually look at Ghost Dance here for a second. Unfortunately, Energy Shield recharge rate is not the same thing as Energy Shield regen, which is what Ghost Dance does. So we'd have to have like global Energy Shield recovery rate to affect the recharge or regen rate of Ghost Dance. However, Shimmering can't be taken because it's this 20% increase Energy Shield recovery rate if you haven't been hit recently. Actually, maybe somebody in here knows. Here's a real big brain question. Shimmering, 20% increased energy shield recovery rate if you haven't been hit recently. Is this factored in before or after Ghost Dance is procced? Because if it's Ghost Dance procs when you get hit, immediately when you get hit. Do you get credit for this? Because if you get credit for it, it's a terrific 1 point to take. Because this would be 2.2% of your evasion regen, not, or sorry, 2.4% of your evasion regen to energy shield, not 2%. Test it. Yeah, I was kind of hoping somebody else might test it. Test it for me. You know, there's only over 100 of you in here. Surely somebody else can do that for me while I work on this. Come on, guys. All right, so I like where this is at finally. I think, actually, no. Copy over from this point. I've not actually settled on exactly what I want the early in-game final version. This is the most important version of the build. So I would prefer not to have to use any special jewels here, but I mean, I only have 4 passive points. Definitely not going to use a from nothing jewel. Metamorphosis is not. I don't know. I guess I won't use metamorphosis. Time loss though. Time loss. Probably no time loss. Okay. So this has to stay. All of that stays. Lavianjas? Maybe no. That mana flask is pretty common, right? This needs to be in there. This might get removed. Stangja's head? Starkangja's head? I don't remember what that does, but almost certainly no. Nope. Not just for that. Much prefer to use a rare with a bunch of energy shield and subterfuge mask. I'm not saying it's a terrible idea, but I won't do that. Anoint the +2 skill slot. New notable. +2 skill slots. What are the defensive layers of this build? Okay, parry anytime you want. With like 10,000 life stun threshold equivalent. That's one. Evasion, 75-ish percent evasion, 70%, 70 to 80% evasion, with 2,500 to 5,000 energy shield, depending on if you're at the very beginning stages of the in-game build or late in-game stages. And Ghost Dance. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to look at Ghost Dance. So with 20,000, 0.02 of 20,000 is 400. 400 energy shield per second. So over 4 seconds, 1600 energy shield regen. 400 per second, not terrible. I assume it overlaps. I hope it overlaps. These better count as separate instances. So, like, if you get 3 times, if you have 3 Ghost Dance copies or whatever, and you get hit 3 times in a second, you better freaking get like 6% of your evasion shield regen per second in that case. That's gonna be pretty good, actually, assuming that's the case. I mean, 1200 ES regen per second. Why not go full EV? Because I don't want to prioritize life at all. I only have 1400 life. How do you get your evasion so high? I mean, it's not so high. It's only 72. This is representing perfect gear. Almost perfect gear with like hybrid gear. So only rares, body armor. The helmet is pure ES, of course, for subterfuge mask. But what I'm showing here is mid-in-game version. That's it, like really high. That's not league start. This is not league start number. That's not league start number. I'm in the middle of building out league start number. It's gonna be lower. We'll recraft new gear. Why not go full? I mean, life plus ward. I don't know anything about ward. Ward is. I don't have any experience with ward, and there's a lot of changes to ward this time, so I don't know how it's gonna feel. Maybe ward is good, having it on top of everything else. I don't know. You guys want to build ward? Be my guest. Yeah, so that is right. That's a pretty big shift in the build. Makes sense though. A late Atlas, right? In red maps, you're actually getting your ES gear online. The Ninja Shield evasion gear, I would hope. Alright, what passives do I pull? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the 6 there. I pull 4 here. Early Endgame is going to have these. And these, okay. Hmm. Well, that's awkward. 31 out of 24. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Well, I gotta take cooked by the early in-game version. It's this. I can't drop this. This is a breakpoint. This is the hard thing. This is the hard thing about this version. Is I gotta keep this. Gotta keep this while trying to get as much crit as I can. And keeping energy shield nodes up. I fudged a little bit by only taking frenetic and not taking savagery, so there's a little bit of saving there. This is going to be important to have in the early in game. We don't need to take any of this. I don't think I can drop this. No, I'm not doing Kite Runner. Kite Runner's lost a lot of its value here as far as pathing because it's diluted by the huge prog speed you already get for going owl tech. You don't really want to go pursue prog speed for the sake of prog speed. I mean, that's one reason I deleted these two nodes. The primary motivation getting catapult is actually AoE. Hit AoE breakpoint because it's already close here. Prior to getting the time loss jewel and everything that comes with that, you don't have enough skill effectuation to drop this. Otherwise, you'd be your twisters will only last about 4 or 5 seconds instead of like 6 or 7 seconds, which is going to create a gap, a downtime second or two with no twisters on the field, which will make which put your character in a lot of danger. Frantic? What is that? Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, I could do this to justify taking this. So many other things I want to spend points on, though. I could see a world where I do that and I drop all of this, but I'm afraid of the skill factoration. Skill factoration. I mean, you do not want to. Prolonged assault is so important to have before you get a bunch of high-tech skill effectuation things, most notably time loss jewel. Or like from nothing jewels and things like that. I mean, we can anoint a, but I mean, even the anoints are kind of expensive. I think this is the cheapest one. Preservation. I mean, this isn't that bad. Suffering is pretty damn expensive, though. Super early on. The anoint of choice normally, like day one, is critical exploit. Very cheap. It's either that or a defensive option. Like, well, like actually careful consideration. You know, I might anoint careful consideration on this build. That's the way I have it built. That would not be a bad idea. Get a huge amount of evasion in the way we have the build set up. If you parry, when you parry, it doesn't classify as getting hit, by the way. At least that's what the never wrong AI told me. Is this build more or less squishy than your iShot Deadeye and PoE 1? It's a lot less squishy than that. No, it's this. My PoE 1 builds are way more squishy than PoE 2 builds. Partially because that's what the game demands. In my opinion. With the way I want to play it demands a squishier build. PoE 2 combat pace is slower, and you are required to get hit. Like, you can only move so fast. Monsters move so fast. There's more, like, actual combat involved. A little bit. Especially early on in the endgame. Like, you will get hit, so you have to be able to take some damage. Yeah, I'd really, really, really like to keep this. But, actually, let me double check the AoE breakpoints here. %7 away. Oh, that's pretty crazy. This would actually, it would actually be 1% over. Or 0.7. Or 2% over. %20 reduced crit chance sucks. It's not a bad idea if you went this. Now, if you do this, then you're going pure evasion body armor, though. Which I feel like they didn't nerf Sleek Jacket, did they? I know they nerfed Vile Robe. Sleek Jacket is so much energy shield and evasion collectively. Over the seasons, I have almost begrudgingly stopped trying to go pure evasion and go in energy shield. And I love taking like bestial skin plus spectral ward and trying really, really hard to justify it. And then I always come to a conclusion a few days after like one day after I craft a really good body armor, pure evasion body armor, I was like, this is so stupid. I should just go hybrid. And then like I do the math on it and I'm like, what? Why is that hybrid chest so effing strong on every front? And then, you know, you save like a ton of passive points by dropping out of this stuff, and you don't really even lose hardly any power either. I'm glad you mentioned these, though. I kind of forgot about this as a method of manipulating the AoE breakpoint and possibly getting 0.7 AoE twisters, which would be pretty goated, but it's way, way, way more important to go from 0.5 to 0.6 than it is to go from 0.6 to 0.7, because that first breakpoint is 33% more effective AoE. I used to take, like, for Monk, I took Dizzying Sweep plus Discipline Training for an AoE breakpoint, but one thing that does bother me is I have to pass 4 freaking nodes just to get to the prolonged assault wheel, and I don't like that. What? Oh. Wait, how much AoE is this? Is it my amulet? Oh, yeah. What if... Alright, this is another suffering anoint, though. That's pretty wild, though. Just that anoint plus this 6 here, and then the whole wheel here. That actually satisfies the entire breakpoint. Effectively, just 4 passive points to get an entire breakpoint going out of the way for 4 passive points. I don't know about locking the breakpoint behind a specific anoint at league start on early in game. I would prefer not to, but maybe. Authority, 15%. No invest in deflect. I got it rolled on the boots and the body armor, but I don't think I'd invest into it probably. Or just invest into more evasion. But I haven't done like math on it really. Enough to know for sure. How long these twisters last? 4.3 seconds. That's so bad. Oh my god. 4.3 to 5.6. Even 5.6s. That's 2 owl feathers. That's like exactly 2 owl feathers. And I figured you're probably casting them every 2 owl feathers. I've played it both ways enough time to know it's a huge mistake to go 4.3 second twister as opposed to 5.7. That's a massive difference in terms of like the gap of vulnerability between twisters. That's a lot of effective damage, obviously. A lot of extra time. The skill effect duration would be crazy strong with this as a vector of scaling when you have such huge prog speed. the number of passes that each twister is able to take through an enemy is so high. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to keep it. Chaos nodes. 30. So 32. Yeah. Yeah. I feel so stupid when it's 30. It's chaos. Slightly elevates critical exploit because you path 1 point there too. It is the case that part of the reason to go down there and do this is to also pick up savagery, but I'm not planning to do that. We're saying the duration is so much more important than area of effect. No, it's not like that. It's like it's about keeping a balance. As I said a moment ago, the biggest value jump you get is the first breakpoint of AoE, 0.5 to 0.6. Because that's 33% more. I can't remember the exact formula or mathematic formula, but increasing the radius from 0.5 to 0.6 is a effective 33% more multiplier, and then from 0.6 to 0.7 is like 27% more multiplier, effectively. Yeah. The frenzy charge duration doesn't really matter, though. Not much. And this one is better. I'm also trying to keep it clean with like to prefer the least amount of full-blown respecking and weapon set changing and all that as possible. That's what's really hard. I pretty much gotta take this. The priority one. I have to take that. I gotta take cook. I'm not gonna take that. I feel like if I drop anything, it'd have to be all this stuff. But there's no other good place to put the weapons at 1 points. Force speed. This is like almost 4% attack speed per allocated point. What is it? It's 19% increased attack speed across 5 points to get there. Contemplated dropping that. I know this sounds weird, but like you almost reach a point where like all the echoing wheel is pretty much the worst, the least valuable allocated passives on the tree at this point. We kind of reached that point, which is a great thing, by the way. I mean that's a testament to the strength of the build. We start doing the numbers and you're like, well, I guess the only thing to do is to delete this, and it feels bad, but it's like, well, if that's actually how damn strong the tree is, then it is what it is, you know. It is pretty easy to discern that the spear wheel itself is the weakest part of the tree prior to pulling that. I could pull all that, put these two in, anoint authority, and take these. What does this do? 120. $165. How many points was that saved? Hmm. Golden Ox, thanks for the sub. How early can you anoint? This is damage too. 32% increased damage across 3 points. Can you have ice tipped arrows as a proxy? You don't have to cast manually? Nope. Sorry. Actually, I'm afraid I might not have enough attributes. I mean, I can pull all that, but I'm pretty sure the build sword demands is some attributes. 81? So hard to make up my mind. Whirling Assault. Dude, you got the name wrong. Oof. Oof. Not Whirling Assault. I wonder if I might take this. Shedding Skin. Don't have much ailment threshold. I hate the idea of taking a thematically incorrect wheel to get a different thing. It bugs the shit out of me. Addicted to games? Hi, how's it going? No, dodge rolling is not going to be a bad deal. You got nothing to do in that between like 3 and 4 or 5 seconds. You wait on salvo, you wait on barrage, you wait on feathers. You're waiting on all three at once. You're not doing anything super important then anyway, other than whirling in around in a circle or something. Is the leveling part of your POB with Wolf Tech? Yeah, I think it is going to feature that, but I'll make special comments for it. Ideal suffix, probably double crit multi, and crit chance with onslaught on kill. Although even the onslaught on kill, that assumes that respecking out of the soaring ground and into double stag is a good idea. Which I think it will be, because you can get a whole bunch of shock effect on like ring desecrated mods and glove rune. You can get up to like 90% increased shock effect between both rings and the glove slot. The double shock effect sounds. Yeah, I'm not doing owls early game. I'm going stag and then I'm skipping the second ascendancy and I'll unlock owl tech right after the interludes are done. You dig? I could pull these temporarily. Wait, is that even worth it? What? Hold on. This is 55. Divided by 5. And this is 30, 12, 24. Well, yeah, I mean, it's divided by 4. Did you end up getting your ticket? No, I don't know why I forgot when that time came, so maybe I get another chance. I don't know. I put it in my calendar, but I didn't get a notification. You just completely skipped my mind. Why stag? Well, that's gonna be the next best option. It gets shocked ground automatically. The initial point does. And then either you go for the Trinity with the bear and all that, get the soaring ground, get the onslaught, increased damage, 8% DR, maybe one other thing. Or you go double stag. Guys, is Yoke of Suffering, is that a hard item to get? Oh yeah, I really wanted to allocate multitasking. Oh yeah, that's right. I want to allocate multitasking. Okay, right, because that one's actually still fairly cheap. And really, yeah, that's gonna be really smart to do that one. It's a whole lot cheaper than. Well, I mean, Fear is a little expensive, but not too bad. West Desu with the raid. The sorceress from another. I can't think of the rhyme. All right, sorry. Welcome, Sork Raiders. How's the prep going? It's good. Everybody wants to know what I'm doing. For legitimately good reason. Twisters are all the craze. You could go Sork Twister. Try it out. I mean, you can place Twister on any ascendancy. It's still going to be good. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid. Thank you much. You guys want to see behind the scenes? That's how we do it. Oops. The wrong thing. It's called this. Maybe if you have a bot, come in. The Shadow, go check out West Desu. He's the guy. He's the guy I. Well, I think I have rated you, but yeah, he's the guy I raced with Corbin and West Desu. Sork Monk versus Huntress. Flying Spear over Crit Spear? Yeah, yes. Especially with a prog speed build. It's a local prog speed, so it's going to be huge to increase your projectile speed. That implicit is strong. Very strong. Alright, so I'm 7 points over? 7 points over. $77? 86. Ooh. Wow. These are strong. Amazing race. I know. It's pretty rad. Oh shit, man. I don't know. Maybe I pull these. I feel like that's a terrible idea. Hmm. I was hearing about Sork build stuff was going on there. Something about like one-shotting Crowbell. What the hell? I mean, you can't one-shot him, but one-shot his face. There's just like no way to make this clean. I really kind of like Cook being on just weapons at 2. This needs to say 117. It does if I just delete that. Oh, Probably need to. Probably need to. Because, I mean, Tangle Tongue was sitting a little low anyway. That's with power charges on. $82 versus $91. I feel like it's kind of a smart idea to try to actually hit 100% crit with power charge. I don't think there's any other buffs that I'm missing. I don't know if the Spirit Walker gets any crit on the Ascendancy. Like small nodes or anything. I don't think so. Anything on weapon set 1 I should do? Uh, this is with Tangle Tongue. Sorry for a dumb question, but what is Salvo Tech? Salvo Tech? Well, Salvo just is a seal that makes it so playing Twister you only use it every 5-6 seconds. Anticipation's a notable. This whole wheel lowers the cooldown, internal cooldown of it. So it seals away your Twister cast and gives you free copies. They go in random directions, so you can't cast a direction. But if you line it up with Barrage, which is also on a cooldown, and now Owl, Primal Fury, whatever it's called, the Owl tech, it all lines up together. Are we going to generate frenzy charges through the Ascendancy skill on Spirit Walker? You're going to get frenzy charges through Combat Frenzy very easily. And on bosses, I actually have Disengage. Parry Disengage. I wanted to make a parry-based endgame build anyway, and so it just makes the most sense to have Disengage. Just instantly get 3 or 4 frenzy charges. Parry boss one time, 3 or 4 frenzy charges. Load them up. Let loose. Got a lot of time to parry and disengage between your salvo owl twisters anyway. So, I mean, that's the idea. That's the crux behind the build. The general concept is that, especially with the owl tech, now you got triple layer of delay on twister, all lining up to be roughly 4, 5, 6, or somewhere between 4 and 8 seconds of delay, depending on how far you want to delay it. Maximum 8-second delay, because the owls, the maximum amount of time it'll take for the owls to go from 0 to 3 will be 8 seconds. And salvo will be like 5 to 6 seconds. So I will probably cast Twister every 6-ish seconds, generally speaking, and just have 2 owl feathers instead of 3 most of the time. And so in that 6-second window, you got a lot of things you can do. Most people just use Whirling Slash and whirl around and kind of dodge mechanics that way, and move from one screen to another, but like single target, you just kind of whirling slash in place, you know, not really doing anything. And it doesn't add to your damage at all. But you can do a lot of things actually. You can do whirling slash. We got whirling slash culmination with disengage, so it'll load up power charges. If you just whirling slash into disengage, boom, you get two or three power charges, basically instantly, anytime you want. Chance to get other charges too. You can parry. If parry stuns the target, you get endurance charges. Decent chance anyway. When you parry, the target takes 50% more attack damage dynamically, so even any previous twisters still going out take damage. If the target is parried, you can disengage. You get 3 or 4 frenzy charges also if you want. You can even time it so that you do that right as the parry debuff is about to fall off. That would be like high level skill cap gameplay. So parry, let the twisters continue doing damage, and then disengage split second before it would fall off naturally, which it will last. You can ironically, you can only get parry to last up to about 5 to 6 seconds, conveniently, which happens to be the exact amount of time that you're sitting there doing nothing between twister casts. So the timing window is impeccable, actually, to do all of this. Like, we're just talking about like single target. In maps, I know people aren't going to want to mess with all that in maps, and that's fine. That's why Combat Frenzy's there. You just play the way you normally play, get a dodge roll after twister, but that's the only thing extra beyond what you would have already been experiencing on a twister build. Basically the same thing. Whirling slash, move around, twister. 6 seconds later, you whirling slash, move around, twister. You just throw in one dodge roll in there in the middle, and you're good. Why did Jonathan decide to wake up today and nuke essence crafting? Remember 0.3, guys. Crafting was goated. Remember that? You can control the mods so much. It's crazy. Damn, am I really gonna do that? Jonathan wants us to play with vendor gear. That is a lot of crit. Alright, is that better? Oh, it's an option. On paper, it's not even really better than this. Almost identical. But actually, paper isn't even right, because this thing's actually stupid in how it calculates the damage. The damage is not even... It's like 82% chance to crit, and then if it crits, it has an 82% chance to crit a second time. So it like does some funky ass math to say you have an 82% chance to crit and a 33% chance to crit twice. Which I guess is right. I don't know. I don't know math. Sounds weird. Old Tangle Tongue was so OP, nerfed big time, and we're still using it. Well, I mean, the biggest reason why we use Tangle Tongue is because crafting a good spear is way too expensive and hard in the beginning. And so, a mediocre spear is just garbage compared to just building into Tangle Tongue and doubling down on its strengths, which is try to come close to capping your crit because you double crit, right? And before, I mean, it was even more incentive with different versions of the build, like cast on crit. So, like, if you Tangle Tongue Twister with cast on crit early in game is like phenomenal, right? You know what? I probably needed. I can't even do that. Oh shit. Oh crap. Well, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't take this. Although, actually, oh yeah, actually, you know what's stupid is 20% increased stun threshold while I'm full life. You don't get that with Tangle Tongue. You never get that. That's shitty. There's other stun. Aren't there other stun ones that are better? Stun. Stun threshold. All right. Why are the numbers so low, man? All right, now what is up with this? Same time. This thing bugs me because I think people are gonna miss it. Wait, there's literally no difference in the. Oh yeah, I was thinking about pulling this one. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lavianja's spirits. Should I include that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's 7 points. You guys think Lavianja's spirits is early in-game viable? That flask is really common, right? Hey Snoo, would you recommend your Twister for kind of a new player who's looking for dual play carry? I would if you practice Twister a little bit. Did you try companion nodes on the try for companion nodes? This? I've done it once, didn't like it. League start. This is the closest you're ever going to see me to playing a companion build at League start here. I really wish this gave like actual fire damage. I still haven't fixed fire damage on the tree. Fire damage with Trinity is still a little bit scuffed. A little bit. Just a little. I think barely any differences. Usually I shuffle things around a little more. Actually, need that before early in game. When do you guys think you need elemental penetration nodes? Do you think they're necessary before like tier 15 maps? Well, I say tier 15 maps. I don't know. Assuming you're not rushing tier 15 maps. Will most of your damage be lighting since you're going shotgun? No, this assumes you're wearing Call of the Brotherhood. Not necessarily though. At Atlas progression, so that is like part of the motivation to skip that out. So your exact comment a little off, but I think the spirit of what your question says does get at part of the issue of going cold pen immediately. So yeah. The idea here is that right around Atlas progression, you purchase Call the Brotherhood and Tangle Tongue together. And maybe Yoke of Suffering too? Yoke of Suffering is pretty good at this stage. Especially if you're not doing the huge shock effect. The more shock effect you have, the more Yoke of Suffering's major damage bonus is diluted a bit. So all throughout the early access point, you wouldn't have Yoke of Suffering until probably the early in-game stage. That one's a little bit more rare. And it wouldn't be the end of the world if you went all the way to the early in-game stage before you got any of the uniques. Which, I mean, that's another thing I want to try to Like it would still function pretty well, makes sense even if you don't have Tangle Tongue and call the Brotherhood at the right time. But you definitely don't need either of those items until at least like level 75. Or what I mean to say is they aren't all that impactful until at least level 75 with this swap. Any other alternative unique spear? Well, there's Sky Sliver for the big one, but let's look at him. The bifurcated crits is really, really good. I mean, I'm not going chaos. I don't see anything good except Tangle Tongue. What is Atlas? Early Atlas is level 70. 56, 70. Yeah, that's fine. $70, $80, $87, $95. I mean, these are good. Yeah, it's a pretty good spread for the points. Sorry, I'm being so anal about the transitions. But, I don't want to submit it and I don't want to, like, commit to it prematurely, so. Yeah, the other thing I haven't fully decided. If you have been hit recently. This is kind of why I wanted to include Metamorphosis in the early Endgame version. Because it's just not a lot going on here. Unique spear that required level 98 equip. No, if it's something coming next league, it's not in there. Am I not worried about needing dodge roll for the ascendancy? No, I'm not worried about that at all. Dodge rolling between twister casts is a natural thing you can do. You got 5 or 6 seconds to do nothing anyway. When Deadeye starts to become stronger than the Spear Walker, any tips for the campaign feels squishy since Act 3? Wear more armor? Get more freeze? You should be free, like, if you're still using an Act 2 spear, it might be a problem. But you will now, like, monsters do start hitting harder in Act 3. Yeah, like, I also start to feel squishier in Act 3. Just kind of power through it and kill but don't get hit kind of approach. You can play Twister very defensively when you feel squishy. You can cast it off screen prior to getting. Yeah, Tangle Tongue is probably pretty easy to get an SSF, I think. It's actually really common. Called Brotherhood is too. I mean, you would just use whatever junk rare spear you have up until then. You just keep going for it. I don't really have a way to. Can't really do this. Six plus 22. $8.25. 7.74. Size ring, medium large. Well, I kind of want to include that unique mana flask, but I can't really conveniently put the points in there. Because I feel like it is actually early in-game viable. You guys agree, right? Yeah. Close. Thought about converting this back over to regular passives, but I'd prefer not to. Is this still worth? What is this worth again? 3.8 each. And an attribute. And mana regen. This one I definitely shouldn't pull. Any other speed? Speed nodes? Back here. Yeah. Actually, I forgot about these. Huh. I could take these. 4% skill speed. Actually, I didn't even double check this, but because I can't see how diluted the percent increased damage is. We have around 700% increased damage on this build. Actually, have a little too much. Which means 20% increased damage. Even unconditional is no longer worth taking. It's so freaking crazy. It really isn't. As of getting crit anyway, I want to at least, probably at least gonna take this for a hot second. Alright, to be fair, it's 200. Well, that's with the implicit. Yeah, I guess that's not. I was a little off. 126, 128. One less point taken. Wow. This is in part because Tangle Tongue is so It's so imperative to scale crit up really high with Tangle Tongue. How does this calculation work at all? Like, I don't understand. Why does it say 50% chance to crit when you start with 91%? That doesn't make any sense. You would definitely have more than a 50% chance to crit twice if you have a 91% chance to crit once. What the fuck? There's no way that math checks out, right? We got any math wizards in chat that can explain that? Can't believe it, man. Level 93. Well, I mean, shit, I already decided it's with more. Like, what? Wait a minute. Ah, whatever. This ends up being freeze buildup as well as damage. Basically 60% plus 24 divided by 4. I mean, this is pretty much permanent 21% increased damage plus 30% increased freeze buildup. This is legit. That's like way better than this. I should really never take. I mean, other than like the first hit, I guess. I really shouldn't take this wheel without that one. Sorry, we don't have an updated POB yet. We're still working on it. That's surprisingly a lot. That almost feels worth it. I feel like we should probably just prioritize evasion and energy shield nodes, not exclusively energy shield. Well, this might be it. I know I don't want to annoy critical exploit this time. Three points went. 4 points went there and here. This is level 84. Oh, yeah, I could pull these. Lady Ann said, man, I'm having a hard time trying to cut my campaign time down. You've seen the VODs from Guy That Dies, right? Coughing my lung out of my body. Good morning. Good morning to you too, man. Hope you pick it back up, put it back in. Everybody makes it look so easy. I mean, Act 2 takes 1 hour basically, no matter what. You got to be crazy fast. Like I can do 40-minute Act 1, but I can't do like under 1 hour Act 2. I don't know what it is. There's like no way. I think it's too hard. Your Act 2 is better than your Act 1. Yeah, that's your Act 1 could be a lot better than 1 hour 10, bro. Where you need to learn how to skip mobs. Skip some mobs. You're probably not skipping monsters. Like, I basically don't even kill anything until I enter the red veil. It's what it feels like. And then I'm always like 3 levels below, 2 or 3 levels below. Anywhere I go. I try not to kill a single enemy in Grim Tangle, for example. Not a single one. I prefer not to. Sometimes I might get stuck and I have to, but Grim Tangle is like a 30-second zone, basically. Once you know the thing. Yeah, I don't get stuck in Grim Tangle. Use the wolf. Buy a talisman off Miller for 33 gold if it's available. Right after Miller. Do it. I feel like compared to most players, I think out of all the zones in the campaign, my best zone is Grim Tangle. It is now so easy to me, and it's like a joke, and I just run through it as if it wasn't there. Super fast. But I've kind of not necessarily memorized, but I usually recognize exactly the right way to go. Do you have to manually weapon swap to use the wolf? No. No, you just put like I just like I have shred on my left click and I just like tap my left click right before I tap spacebar basically. Rate PoE 2 compared to PoE 1 out of 10, no BS. Is it worth it to switch? That's a loaded question, dude. That's such a loaded question. PoE 2 8 out of 10. PoE 1 7 out of 10. I said it. I said it. Oh god, here comes the pitchforks. Here comes the pitchforks. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Ooh. My ears are burning. Ooh. All right. I didn't want to start drama this league start, but there you go. There's my drama starting. I started drama. Name a game 10 out of 10 that we flame. Star Fox 64, 10 out of 10. There you go. Ain't nobody gonna argue with me on that either. Not a single one of you are gonna say, nope, it's 9 out of 10. Nope. You know it's 10 out of 10. You and I both know that game was 10 out of 10. I must have got so many hours out of that game. I like how I got like crazy time out of the game, and then I discovered how amazing multiplayer was. Like, just with one friend, I can't even imagine like if I had had like a group of friends playing Star Fox 64. Like the only game that I can even think of that would have been more fun to play on a 64 group would have been GoldenEye 64, which was genuinely the best game ever to play in like a group setting at the time. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna focus a little bit on this. You guys continue arguing about which game is 7 out of 10, which game's 8 out of 10, if you want. Man, it feels crazy to do that. Maybe I should do it right away. Nah, I guess I wait to early in game. Kind of don't want to take that for Alice progression, actually. So we got 18, 17, 7. One off. So that would be level 93. I mean, that's still pretty good. Oh yeah, I'd take that if it works. This actually sets up nicely in case the user does not yet have Tangle Tongue. It is not quite all in on crit. It's a little bit hybridized. Like, I feel pretty dumb to take Cooked before you had Tangle Tongue. Oh, what? Ooh. Actually, what if I just do that? For a hot second there. I don't feel too bad doing that. I'm just gonna confuse people. Oh man, having done this so many times, just anticipating where the confusion will come in and all that. Alright, sorry, I'll read the question. Maybe I missed it. Ability Shadow Detonate Dead build. Ooh, Shadow Detonate Dead build. Oh, Assassin. Wait, what was your dude? Yeah, that was a little while ago. It's still viable from Rock League? I believe so. Yeah, I don't remember anything being off on that build. Should be good. Well, my mid-in-game version does that, so all right, fine. I'll just confuse everybody. Whatever. Deal with it. I kind of wonder if maybe 28, 27. Man. What is this? 18, 13, 7. A lot of crypt. Young Wydock. What is up, dude? I'm building the league starter. Ever so fine tuningly. Okay. I'm just gonna satisfy with that for now. I might change a little bit, but tested Rabbit's witch build and it was rough, dude. I did see Rabbit playing plants, but like, isn't he was like struggling with plants in Act 2 or something? But isn't that build like about to get buffed a bunch? Okay, Whirling Slash, Rapid Attacks, 3, Rage 3, Wald's Ferocity. Yes, you're gonna really want that. Might cost extra. Too bad. Twister, Rakiatis Flow, no. This will be Retreat 3. Everything else the same. Barrage, all the same. Ice Tipped, the same. Disengage, the same. Are 6 links advisable in an early in-game setup? It is, right? Just put all 6 links in there. I don't even know what other thing I want in that. Uhtred Omen, which feels weak. Have you seen Guy That Dies content? You can like look at how strong Twister is in the campaign, just seeing any of that. And he's like going in with like undercooked gear constantly. Well, actually, he does fish for world record RNG, so it's a little bit wrong, but yeah. Like he drops like Rondell's necklace and then gets the world record. No Trinity. Get out of here. Not yet. Too soon. Too soon. Okay. I think that's right. Early in game. Yep. Okay. Yep. We're gonna need to recraft new gear. Headhunter. Well, probably not. New. Nope. Ascent. Done. Maybe. What is a unique stun charm? I don't even know. Actually, I don't even remember the name of it. The type of charm it is. Stone charm. Defend with 200% of armor during effect. Nope. Wait, how long does it last? Used when you become stunned. 3 seconds. You don't have time to get back up and parry on that. Wait a minute, maybe. Could you abuse a stun charm in order to parry after you get stunned? I didn't even thought of that. Like some crazy effectoration or something. Yeah, I should keep them in. Hmm. Called Brotherhood. And then he just capped at 50? No, not for Tangle Tongue. For Garrican's flight, or whatever it is, yes. Not for Tangle Tongue, though. No way to do that, is there? Well, I mean, I could anoint stimulants. I've done it before. I don't even remember if anybody responded to this, but Lavianja's, what was it called? This flask here. This isn't all that expensive in the beginning, right? I'm kind of afraid of putting this on. Like, if I put this on here, like, I think it is categorically harder to get than Tangle Tongue, or Wake of Destruction, or Call the Brotherhood. Maybe not harder to get than Yoke of Suffering, though. Let's check this here. For 7.28. 27x day one. After 3 days, 17x. Yeah, okay. You mind checking Yoke of Suffering? Does Twister consume only once during its duration? Consume frenzy charges once during its duration, yes. When will we get to see a showcase of how parry plus disengage work? Well, I intend to showcase that in the build guide video. Probably next video. Hopefully tomorrow. 7.28. Wait, stimulants is not expensive, right? Yeah, actually not. Cheaper than this, right? That was Sphere, right? Pretty good candidate, actually, for the anoint. Damn, a little bit expensive. Okay. Yeah, then if I have Yoke of Suffering in the build, then I should obviously have um this mana flask. New thoughts on rituals with seal gain frequency on rings good for twister build? I don't think you would go ritualist just for that. Just for the extra ring with that mod, no. If you want to go ritualist twister, then I think it's more about negative rarity farming or positive rarity farming. That I think that's a lot more to do with your motivation for that, having manipulating rarity more. Oh, right. I could just do this. I don't know how worth it that is. Mana recovery from Flask works though. That is actually a big deal. This does work for this interaction. It is really nice. It's kind of nice. This is like the quintessential cheapest setup for the Flask. Anointing stimulants, taking Wellspring, and 1 point in imbibed power. Will there be annoying options in the guide? Well, I mean, if you get this mana flask, you do this. The best cheap anoint that is like worthy of anointing even before you have like any endgame gear at all is critical exploit. That's a lot of people do. Another option is careful consideration here. You're trying to boost up your evasion. And for a hot second there, I had multitasking, but this is a fear. This is paranoia discuss fear. Fear is kind of expensive at league start. Not like isolation, but still, it's up there. It's not something you just put on some random rare amulet, you know? Let's see about this. 35,000. Yeah, yeah. Kind of wanted that too. Oh, maybe not. Hmm. It's nice how it went from 4 on here to in game focusing more on speed. Go from 7.59 to 7.86. Seems alright. Okay, well, sliver. Y'all like Sky Sliver, right? I think it's gonna be the play. Increased chance of shock might be halfway decent. Although I don't think it'll really matter for Stag. Increased charges gained. Mana flask. I don't know. I like instant recovery. Feels best. I'm trying to think of what. I don't know, man. I guess Stone Charm? Or actually, no. Probably Ignite Charm. Dowsing Charm? I think it's pretty cheap. All three of these are pretty cheap. Actually, I know the Ignite and Poison one's cheap. Should be pretty good for this kind of build. We struggle a little bit in early, really early end game with damage over time. Was there a way for Deadeye to get elemental ground without Wake of Destruction? Yeah, it's charged mark as of 0.4. You can move charged mark into sniper's mark, cold shots. That's not going to create a super reliable elemental ground in maps, but it will on bosses, actually. Sniper's mark called shots is sometimes is a hard time going off properly in maps. If you're literally just one-shotting enemies, it doesn't really have a chance to go off, because the way it works, the sniper's mark has to be, you have to crit the enemy without it dying in order to remove it. Rob says, I'm seeing the parry vision. Are you now? Exciting. Why do we have arms and legs? Oh, from last league? Yeah, I remember. Last league. Oh yeah, I gotta make Jewel. Oh, this is a good excuse. Gain stun threshold. Small jewels. Well, that makes it less necessary to getting these a little bit. How about that? How about that? Nice. Could be a little bit expensive, but probably not. Not too bad. Actually, okay. Actually, I should probably do this. Let's see. Be to give people some kind of hint. Skill factoration best mod for a single modded jewel. Probably. Do you know about overkill damage from trample toe? Is it hit or something else? I don't know. I think it is. Somebody else in chat might know. I mean, I know what those boots are, but I never used them. Okay. Glove. Gloves. Secured wraps. One socket. Probably res. I guess I'll do 5 mod. 5 mod tier 2. Current ones have res and oh yeah, the desecrated mod, which is good. It's good actually. Am I planning to share my build with a new game system? Yes, through Mobilytics, they apparently have the inside track on doing that. And since I partnered with them recently, it can be done. So I'm told, or will be able to be done in hopefully when before launch, or I don't know if it can be done before launch, but yeah, let's cross the fingers. Hmm. I guess I don't really. Oh wait, no, I do need flat. If you're using Tangle Tongue, you need flat. Okay, so let's see. We need one source of fire damage. I guess I'll just put in a mix of damage mods. Hmm. Yeah, you're welcome, man. I forgot to socket anything in the shield. What can you socket in a buckler anyway? I actually don't even know. Buckler socketable. Oh, you can do res. Whoa. Whoa, dude. Well, probably chaos res then. Oh wait, block chance. Block chance. Block chance? All res is scuffed now. All you get 5 all res or 18 of 1 res. 18 of 1 res is literally better. Debuffs expire fast. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think block chance is. I don't know, man. Is block chance best? Is it better than 11 chaos res? Oh. I don't think it is. I foresee Snoo finding some hidden tech with parry. I've already found the hidden tech, man. I gotta make a video on the tech too. At some point. Hopefully I can find time. Oh, resonant. No, 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 no. Yes, yes, yes. No. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Nope. Not that much. 20. Nope. Intimidated, yes, actually. Okay. So excited for this build of mine? You know, I am too. I'm excited for it. Pretty excited. How do we get adrenaline in this game? Onslaught, yes, bitches. Onslaught. Just gotta stand on the soaring ground. Easy clap. I wonder if the 0.6 AoE breakpoint twisters create a wider soaring ground. That's actually so OP if that does. So it's like easier to stand in the right place. Imagine your soaring ground gets wider the bigger your twisters get. Holy, that better work that way. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna call for a refund if it doesn't. Refund my ascendancy. How are the classes going in Tokyo? No. Actually, no, not that busy this time of the year. And I'll be taking off next weekend. Will not be working next weekend. It's a done deal. Better be. I need to double check that. As far as I know, it is. All right. Can I show you a Google sheet for trial of Sakamis Relic setup to see if you think it looks good? I'm sorry. It sounds like something you probably worked really hard on, but that is not high on the totem pole for what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to get this done and get out of here and get some dinner and then work on build guide, video, playthrough, recording, narrating. It's crunch time, man. I gotta focus all on this. You can use a Discord. Might glance at it like when I'm like out for lunch or something. Okay, okay, we need to make a belt. Actually, I don't know what belt I want to make. Let me go back to gloves. So when you run Tangle Tongue, you want to get as much flat damage as you can on the build. Asking for 3 high tier flat rolls on gloves is a bit much, especially with attack speed. But for 5 modded, I think you can get these relatively easy. I don't know. Maybe not on this base, but it doesn't matter that much what base it is when you're not scaling up the numbers, the defensive mods. It's early endgame, after all. Alright, I got... Now for boots, we will want to focus on those modifiers. Flat stun threshold. Could be smart. Good suffixes what'll really make it expensive. I guess deflection will be a more valuable mod this time. Huh. I still think these kind of boots will be cheap though because they have no movement speed. Not like cheap, but a little bit cheap. Why Tangle Tongue? It's still a really good item. Scales really well with Twister. I had multiple motivations used in the past with cast on crit gems and stuff, but even still now, it really simplifies the gearing process, and it very much smooths over Twister damage. One of the most frustrating things about Twister is whenever you fail to crit, and you do like 1/6 of the damage that you should be doing, and then you cast it again because you waited 5 seconds for all these, cooldowns and things to line up again, and you cast again, and you fail to crit again. And it's just like, that's when you throw your hands up in the air. It's like, wow, I'm not doing any damage at all, so I don't know what to do. It's best to just kind of even things out by scaling crit so hard you're like pretty much guaranteed to crit, and so you have a much more fluid, even-handed amount of damage. Works way better in maps that way. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to, if you run a rare spear with like 50% chance to crit in the early end game, in the later end game it doesn't matter so much because you'll just do so much effing damage that even when you don't crit, you'll still like kill stuff quick. And then, bossing is more fun because, you basically one-shot them, or maybe it takes 2 or 3 attacks because you didn't crit. But early on, when it matters a lot, one of the most punishing places to fail to crit many times in a row is Simulacrum. So you get run down and mowed over if you're not critting multiple twister attacks in a row. But if you crit every single one and you do a lot less damage per crit, you're still fine. It just cleans it up. Still enough damage to clean up packs of mobs. So I was really sold on it when the experience that I had several times trying to do simulacrums. And, even like map bosses, trying to level up your bossing atlas and stuff, and the bosses get really tanky, and it's just like, well, I need more crit. Also, especially if you play Ranger area of the tree and you go up into the Monk area of the tree, because you're already incentivized to go like a hybrid ES EV build. I mean, this is just where all the crit is. It's just so much crit available in the tree in this little area right over here. So you can scale that all pretty hard. And I'm definitely doing that. Tangle Tongue would be able to be upgraded? I don't know. That'd be pretty sick if it was. Oh yeah, another big reason to go Tangle Tongue is because it's the only unique spear that's like any good at a low level easy access cost. And crafting spear is a bitch. Buying one that's good, sniping it off trade, that's a painful to try to do that. It's really annoying, in this game, it's really annoying to try and craft mid-tier items. It's just really annoying. And they just made it harder too with changes today, I guess. So that's another reason. I really like cheap uniques that you can build around and make them good. Maybe they're not as good as like top end gear that you might get if you lucked out on it, for a budget, but you want to give an option for a lot of players, a broad spectrum, kind of remove that nasty layer of RNG of trying to get a good weapon in the end game. This does all that. So we'll be going parry disengage. Where in the campaign does this come online? Well, that's a good question. I still needed to think about when I would want to do that. It feels like it's totally unnecessary to do that in the campaign, but maybe toward the end of the campaign you would, like, if your gear is getting bad, you start kind of wanting to do that. We kind of just like practically one-shot bosses as long as you're keeping your spear up today. But, well, I'd say by the interludes, probably, if you don't have a GG spear for that level. Like, if you got, like, an Act 3 spear in the interludes, your damage will start to fall off, single target. So, it would only be for bossing, like, boss encounters and stuff. For practice sake, you can do it as early as Barrage. So, the tech value comes in with Barrage. So, technically, beginning of Act 2 would be when the practice would be meaningful. And I mean, I might set the build up that way because that kind of makes sense. In Act 1, you do parry Fangs of Frost. Parry Fangs of Frost for the elemental ground. But the second you get your ascendancy, you get the shocked ground for free. Well, now you can do, instead of parry, so parry Fangs of Frost is no real value really anymore, but you could do parry disengage. And you get that ascendancy shortly after getting Barrage, so again, I don't think it's necessary. It's probably overkill for that level. You know, way more buttons than you need to use at that level. But if you want to practice, practice there. Not a bad idea. You might have a hard time though, like parrying, like repeatedly parrying after, because you're not gonna have, you know, all the evasion and stuff. You won't be able to spam parry bosses. The goal in the end is to be able to just like parry any enemy you want to anytime, as many times you want to, and you basically just hold your middle finger up at all the monsters, and you're like, you can't, you know, you're well, what's this? I forget the name of it. Anyways, to make a joke, but no, like the monsters can't touch you basically. How do you feel about only way proccing owl stuff is by dodging? Yeah, parry's good on bosses. It's really good on bosses. You can see it in Act 1. Can you even do that? You can if your evasion's really high, and or your stun threshold deflection rating's really high. Your block chance and all that kicking in. I'm a little skeptical as to how much that'll work in the early in-game version, but I made a mid-in-game version that has the sort of EHP stun threshold of over 10,000 life. So, I mean, you have effectively over 10,000 life for stun threshold. And that's only if evasion fails and deflection fails, so, and block fails. So, it's going to take a while for that stun bar to fill up. With that kind of stun threshold going on, you know? High avoidance, high mitigation in terms of stun threshold. Yeah, if you didn't know that, the big synergy here is that evading an attack allows you to parry without taking any stun buildup. Blocking an attack also does, and you automatically have like a 20% chance to block because you have a shield on. Deflecting an attack will make you take less stun buildup. And then investing a bunch into stun threshold will make you take less stun buildup. I think it'd be pretty groovy. Excited to see what I cook up? Thanks. Yeah, I'm not worried about the dodge rolling thing. You gotta do nothing for 5 or 6 seconds anyway between twister casts. You can bite the bullet and dodge roll once in 6 seconds. It's not gonna kill you. Once you practice it, just do it. Like it'll just be it'll be second nature. You'll just do it every time, whether you need to or not. You'll just do it, you know. Cast twister, dodge roll, whirling slash, until you cast twister again. Dodge roll, whirling slash. I don't think that'll be annoying at all. Getting used to the parry disengage thing will be a little bit jarring for some people, I think. But that is why I've also made the build so that using all of that is not strictly necessary to unlock most of the power of the build. That is extra stuff that is available to you, you know, in hard encounters, and wise to use in those encounters. But even still, not going to be necessary. Like you could still just sort of whirling slash, twister, dodge roll, run around, whirling slash, not even touch parry, not even get frenzy charges. It's not the end of the world. It's still gonna, you're still gonna kill the boss, like a little slower, but and a little more dangerously, I guess. But you know, it still work. Yeah, animation cancel twister. That's right, it works. Twister has actually a long animation, especially with like frenzy charges. And if you dodge roll shortly after casting twister, you actually get the jump on it. Cast on, no, I'm not doing cast on. I'm not using my spirit there. If I had 100 spirit to spare, I'm using Trinity, and I've already figured it out for the mid-in-game variant, which is in this POB. We got Trinity in the mid-in-game version. That's with That's with a few hundred divines worth of gear, but maybe even over 1,000 divines worth of gear. But still, it's available. I needed the fire damage roll a little higher, but I'll just probably instead have a lower physical damage roll on the good spear. Because, like, if we go here, my spread here is 25 to 40,000 for lightning themed twisters that basically have no flat lightning anywhere. 29 to 48,000 cold with ice tipped arrows, a full conversion. Notice 0 physical damage. 21 to 33 fire. So fire is not going to beat cold hardly ever. But if I lower, if we don't get literally perfect fizz rolls on our weapon, then suddenly it's a little bit more viable. See? Now it's 25 to 32. 20 to 32 is going to win the 20. Like, okay, so this is going to lose to lightning at the time. It's definitely going to lose to lightning about 60. No, 70. 60% of the time. It loses to lightning and it loses to cold. No, it loses to lightning about 70% of the time. It loses to cold about 80% of the time. Yeah, so the spread here is probably cold gets about half of the procs. Lightning gets about a third of the proc, and then fire would get the remaining, like, 20%. Yeah, it'd be like 50, 30, 20 probably would be the break. And I think a 50, 30, 20 spread is going to, with a high enough level Trinity, is probably going to be all right. That's probably going to work pretty well, especially if Whirling Slash had to break down like this, where fire wins most of the time. So at least single target, you would get the Whirling Slash kicking in there if anything more. And so fire has a tendency to win over here. Fire has the highest chance of winning on this. Cold is... Actually, they're all three almost dead even, really. Right there. What level was that Whirling Slash? Level 1. I should probably at least do that. Yeah. So there's not much else I can do though because I've cranked up flat fire max roll ranges on both rings, gloves, and the weapon, and there's a few without running a scepter. There's a few other places I can get it. Like I could anoint volcanic skin or something, but well, actually for this version of the build I have to anoint authority. I could maybe do that if I really need to, but for now I'm not gonna mess with it. All right. So I do think Yoke of Suffering will be pretty good. Beacon of Assist came out. Actually better. I'm surprised. Oh. Wait, what? No. Yeah. Okay. Wait, really? With 20% shock, intimidate. Huh, I checked this before. It didn't come out like this. Maybe when I checked it, I had my crit chance too low. Well, originally I was gonna do Beacon of Asses and Tangle Tongue together. It's such a strong combo, but hmm. Well, shit. Beacon of Asses is cheaper too. Gives spirit but less res and. Well, I don't even care about the percent increased damage or life really. With spirit, I can afford to wear. Beacon of Ashes also means I don't need spirit on the body armor, which is, I mean, I know what that's like trying to get good evasion, energy shield, and spirit on a body armor, plus suffixes that don't suck. The spirit is a huge price tag, but that would be better. 30% light radius is still valuable too. I mean, people sleep on that. Like that's, we know how good that is as of last league. Plus, I save 4 passives. That, I mean, that alone is kind of wild. Save 4 passives. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to set it up this way before anyway, so. So I just skip this. Well, damn, can I just do this? Pull. Dizzying sweep? This hits a breakpoint for 0.6 AoE twisters. Just seeing here. We are literally 1% area of effect over the breakpoint. This is an effective 33% more AoE on Twister. It's an actual huge damage increase, effective damage increase. Because of how Twister works, shotgunning and multiple hits over and over. Shotgunning and piercing. And bouncing off walls. Level 96. Little too much. Doesn't shotgun? Well, it might not shotgun per instance, but it shotguns with the repeats in mind. Through barrage, it definitely shotguns. I think it shotguns full tilt. I'm pretty sure. Every single twister individually has a 0.66 internal second internal cooldown on how often it hits. Oh, actually, maybe I should do this. I still have. A few more passives to put in. At least 3. Feels like a lot of evasion. Beacon. What are you catalyst beacon with mana? Then I have 89. Wait, 89 spirit. What? Oh. No body armor. 28. 28 spirit. What do we do with 28 spirit? What do we do with 20 Spirit, guys? Should we go War Banner? Is this pop going to be available? Yeah, by the end of stream. Honestly, pretty soon. Whether it's done or not. Suppose that's worth it. Yes. Did you see people were calling you Messiah? People have been calling me Messiah a long time, but yeah, is it happening in obscure places on the internet now? That's been a meme for a while. People always be memeing me. Memers. Stun threshold for each time you've been stunned recently. Obscure places. Well, I mean, uh, kinda. Oh, I can't do that, right? Dang it. Dang it. I was talking about twisters for a long time. I know. I knew. We are in the middle of getting this done. I mean, this is. If you guys are wondering why it takes me so long to do this, it's because it's two things. One, I'm like really particular about how I want to do it, and I'm very much considering like the experience of like the beginner, the average player, the intermediate player, the above average twister player, the person who's done this build every single time with me, and myself going through, trying to make it like best in the slot for every category is, you know, trying to make as few compromises as possible in like the power of the build for simplicity's sake, that sort of thing, and making it as easy to understand as possible while keeping as much power in it as possible. It's a tall order, man. I'm not messing around. You're not getting some half-ass build, half-ass cooked build. You get the real deal. Just threw me for such a loop, getting these 4 points back. Take shield gave you a lot of speed. Can you explain how? Oh, well, that was back when accuracy stacking, because it gave you like it doubled your accuracy or something. But accuracy stacking in general has been uh, scuffed since then, as you probably know. Somewhere else to put points. I could put 3 here. You can't do evasion on full life with Tangle Tongue. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this build does set Bible. Yep. There's no unique that is utterly build enabling where you have to have it or else. A couple of the leveling uniques are really good. Beacon of Asses and Tangle Tongue are pretty easy to get. Even SSF, eventually. So just wait it out. What about these last 3 points? Could do deflect. Also, yeah, shout out from 2 creators. Videos you just watched. Awesome, dude. Well, I'm glad. I've been nice to people lately. I'm happy to see it reciprocate a little. Crit damage while I'm full life. I wonder, man. I wonder. Nope, not worth it. Thanks for telling me though. I didn't know that. I mean, I'm not surprised you're proud to shout me out, but I wasn't aware of the other guy. Why my crit chance so bad? Why is it so bad, dude? This is so stupid. I can't put the points here because this weapon's at 2 only. Well, I'm thinking taking just about all the crit that I can. I still think crit chance is more valuable than crit multi. That's crazy. Crimson and Arrow. Oh, that's nice. Not surprised. Yeah. Oh, I'd seen Crimson giving me shout out. He had me race because he thought I was like the voice of Twister. That's why I was even part of that race. Because like around the time when he reached out to me, I wasn't even good at racing yet. He knew I was beginning to try and get decent at it, but it was all still very much up in the air. Power charges will be easy. I got culmination on disengage with eyeless chimes. Anytime you want, just whirling slash disengage. Get power charges. Damages hindered enemies. We already got AoE. We hit a breakpoint. We're good on that. Oh, I could. Okay. Well, I mean, I could put it here, but I like the 50% evasion if you consumed frenzy charge recently. That's not up 100% of the time. I think this is gonna be smarter. I can't do that unless I delete something else. So glass cannon. Can't do that. Uh, This thing 92% chance to crit. Without power charge 82. I mean, I'd be pretty satisfied with that crit chance. If I don't take that, 84. 92 to 84 for 5 points. I react to the essence changes. No, not in particularly. Well, I mean, okay, so across the last few hours, yeah, a little bit. I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal for the way I craft. A lot of people like magic crafting with a bunch of essence crafting, especially using like greater essences and stuff. I hardly ever do that, so usually I take busted items, rares, and fix them. It didn't already have crafted mods on them. A lot of evasion. You can make enemies have 80% reduced critical chance? What? Eddie. I'm gonna put a video out about what the crafting changes. Cat-like agility. Huh. Uh, we're not. We're not dodge rolling every 4 seconds though. Probably closer to every 5 to probably closer to every 6 seconds normally. If you're playing it efficiently, it'd be like every 6 seconds. I think if there's sometimes if you cast Twister without the big prog speed, your percent increased damage is elevated in that case. I really have a hard time trying to figure out if this is actually all that valuable. Because part of me feels like in maps this would be really, really good. But it's only for one hit though. Like usually you're not one-shotting enemies with Twister, like actually. Faster restart. I almost kind of like this. We do have more freeze. I don't know, man. Let me just put it there for now. I might change it. It's kind of good to take it if you're going down here. It just feels goofy to like have 5 max frenzy charge and then next iteration you go down to 4. Like, But oh well. Oh well. I'm spending way too much time on this. Gotta stop. Back to gear. Well, this came about because apparently Beacon of Asses is better. I'm happy that it is. And now I gotta figure out what to do with the extra spirit. Because that's a little weird. So, for... Let me get that body armor. So we just straight up remove that. Thing down. I actually really, really like the idea of initially the early endgame requires you to have a certain body armor, and then the later version, the higher budget, you simply have to add spirit to that body armor. That's actually like perfect. Okay, because that's basically the same body armor, but way the fuck higher cost. But otherwise, it's like the same stat wise. Makes perfect sense. Are you scaling twisters touring game? Yeah, ice tipped arrows. I am using ice tipped arrows the whole time, and even figured out a way to embed Trinity into it, so that you're doing nothing but elemental twisters and Trinity online. It's pretty rad. A bit restrictive on the gear, but that's later in game stages, so I think that people can handle it. Ancestral Tiara. Okay. Just pull the rarity, I guess. So for the early end game, I'm doing nothing but 5 modded tier 2 gear, and then mid end game, it's 6 modded tier 1 gear. $74? Oh yeah, I'm missing a belt. Nice. Rings. Okay, so if Call the Brotherhood, I'm 74 because of the topaz. Yes. You could try to get double leech. Fire and light. Alright. I'll make this fizz and cold then. It doesn't really matter which one it is. It helps people know. Don't matter. Now that's hard to craft though. Probably for now I'll put this in here, but wait, hold on. I don't even need it to be unset. Uh, damn, what? I'm gonna reverse these. Fire, rarity, all res, double leech. This is all res, double res, double rarity. Oh, I still had the wrong catalyst on here. Ooh. I actually get more fire damage. Is that the wrong catalyst? Or okay, this one is actually attack. All right, so mid game that, and then unset ring. Fire. Sure, it's gonna make all the difference in the world, right? All the difference in the world. Yeah, it did go from like 32 to 34, maybe. Sorry, aren't you full? Ellie, how are you leeching? That's a good question. Hmm. I guess I conflated Siphon's Mark in there. I mean, you would still be leeching like you would still be leeching off of Stampede and Whirling Slash. Technically, I guess Stampede would be the real leech goer there. I should probably be all right. Yeah, I don't know to what extent leech is going to be good. I did for a hot second there. I had life on hit on the gloves, which is probably smarter, but mm, I don't know. I don't think we're going to need all that much mana leech. And, unless we're taking chaos damage or effing up real bad, I don't think life leech is going to matter that much either. But I also think having them both will still be valuable. Having like them consistent, like they would be more impactful than a max regen roll in the same spot at least, right? So we'll have to see. I don't know though. Even like, I guess even stags would be doing mostly elemental damage. Now that I think about it. I'll sit on it for a while. I can get more rarity in the build if I drop leech. Osins? Well, okay, you said Osins is. What is it? Like, I could put that in stag. I don't remember the name of it. Oisin. Mana leech based on elemental. Huh. Ground effects? Yeah. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to pick up. You can watch the footage of the reveal or the showcase. You can see the shocked ground showing up everywhere where those stags go. Even when they kind of halfway ran into a wall, it still had some shocked ground. I have to have some kind of life recovery. Yeah, so Okay. Really sure it's gonna be a lot of life gained. A little bit of a weird item. Like it'll probably be easy to snipe, but hard to craft. You can't get life gain on hit except on weapon and gloves, apparently. So I mean, if you're wearing Tangle Tongue, it's got to be. Well, actually, is it an option on the socket? Spears have it as a suffix. Leeches knife, enemy killed, percent enemy killed. No. Wow. That's a really exclusive mod. Hmm. Allows for rarity back in. But yeah, like, man, I don't know. Can't use the mana flask. I don't know if we're gonna have the mana recovery. Alright. Well, I mean, if that's how it is, then what does Twister cost? 41 mana? Mana regen is. I don't know though, man. I mean, we're only using. Like, Stag is free. Stag costs no mana, I think. Barrage? I can put life tap on Barrage if I have to. Tipped arrows. Ice tipped arrows cost 59. Why is Barrage so freaking expensive? Oh, disengage is kind of expensive. There's nothing else. I don't know, man. Maybe it's not necessary. Because Whirling Slash is 4 mana. So you're going to be getting mana back while Whirling Slash is active. 100%. Even with crazy fast attacking. Wait, what? This doesn't. Why does this not count my mana recovery? Eh. Eh. Shit, maybe I do this. How much mana recover is that? Yo. Alright. Maybe mana regen is good. I mean, shit. Uh, might be necessary. I don't know. Light radius, yo. Cast speed, what? Bro, actually, cast speed is really good. If stags truly proc every 10 meters, we won't need anything else. Well, there's no mana recovery there. What's the cast time of Ice Tipped Arrows? Cast time. What? Wanna see it? Anybody see it? Cast time? Cast rate. Barrage is there. Why is it not changed? What? I know this. Dude, I know cast speed affects the rate at which you can. What the hell, dude? Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna do this. Call it a day. 52% chaos res with minus 13. Nice. Okay. Magnitude of shock. It's not gonna matter that much. Cool. Leave the party. How do we solve frenzy charges? Are you gonna love this? Parry plus disengage. I know. Not really. It's just combat frenzy. Combat frenzy. Call it a day. Do you think using Whirling Slash would be considered moving for the purpose of proccing stags? It is not considered moving for like the what Where is it? Like this 3% movement speed penalty from using skills while moving? Or there's something on there with like evasion while moving. But it does count for like stipulations for having to have moved a certain distance. So like Garakan's flight, before it was changed, required you to have moved 20 meters before it allowed you to use the skill again. And I played that. That was best in slot lineage gem in 0.3. And you know the skill would be turned off until you moved 20 meters, then it would turn on and you could use it. And it worked. Just whirling slash. You didn't need to run, sprint, or nothing. Just whirling slash. It's like half a second at that speed. So if you're actually just moving across the map, that's what I want to make a video on. Vivid Stag's gonna proc like crazy off whirling slash because you're moving and attacking at the same time. It almost seems tailor made. In fact, it's so good that they put in a block against any sort of like blink attack build shenanigans. In the sense that like there's a 0.33 second cooldown on there. You can't whirling slash fast enough to proc it every 0.33 seconds, or maybe you could if you had like 20 attacks a second or something. But that internal cooldown is just like that's almost exactly the speed at which we would proc it if we were going as fast as we could. About every 0.3 seconds. I mean, I was like, what? Oh, that seems weird. I was trying to think like, why is that cooldown there? And it's like, well, okay, you know, if you're doing some crazy blink shit, and you know, it was like just machine gunning it or something. But I don't know how you do blink attack anyway. Like, you can't blink attack. Like, or at least that's not normal. A build way that set up that way. Belt. Obviously, stun threshold belt. Oh, hey, Headhunter. How's it going? Alright, still do life here because there's like nothing else to do. Right? But yeah, the Wake of Destruction boots will still be decent choice when you have. Like, I would probably still buy them if they're not super expensive. When you have Tangle Tongue, because that flat damage roll is nice there. But really, it becomes more about the flat damage roll than the shocked ground. So, you know, they're not that amazing. If you already have pretty reliable uh, elemental grounds. Desecrated prefix. Need to check these again. During any flask effect. Charm. I think we always just go. Yeah, res. Oh, well, of course, I'll go lightning chaos res. Duh. Duh. I guess mana flask recovery rate would count for that flask. Right? Mana flask recovery rate. Mana recovery from flasks. Shit. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't. Does anybody know if mana flask recovery rate counts for Lavianga's spirit? Because the flask can't be used but applies its effect constantly. So I don't know. Fire, cold. The hell, cannot. There you go. Isn't it 15 less? What? Oh, plus 11. Okay. Duh. I need one lightning res roll. Hmm. Well, well, well. Wait, didn't I literally change my... I did. Ah. Ah. It all comes together. I don't need max chaos res anyway. Screw that. Screw that. That's good. Good numbers. 2,500 life. Or 2,500 ES. 1,400 life. For early endgame. 12,000 evasion. Flexion. It's the start. That's a little weak. It doesn't have like the 8% DR that you get from the pet too, and whatever you can sock it into it for even more DR, I guess. 28,000 DPS. Only does a tenth of the DPS. Jeez. This doesn't count like empowered twisters though. They're lightning. How am I getting lightning damage? What? What? Should it be 0 lightning damage? Or less? I don't know where it's coming from. It's got everything down there in the descriptors about conversion, or is it because of this? Oh, the thing's just stupid, I guess. I will not be posting the guide straight into the game, but Mobalytics, I'll be making it on Mobalytics. Hopefully within 24 hours from now, we'll get a build guide out for you. And a video accompanying video. Yeah, this doesn't increase your damage any. I might keep working on this and settle for a more quick chance. Doesn't look that much higher. Oh, part of it is this. Unascended. Unascended damage. Yo. Bizmax hit 4,500 HP. Let me see what my Invoker was at the same gear threshold. Invoker was tankier. Yeah. Oh yeah, if I took these points. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Let's see here. It's the old build. This is a refined POB though, with all the damage mods. So the Invoker's Twister damage is a third early in gaming. And keep in mind, at this stage of the game, Twister was doing more damage than Spark, which means without even considering the Ascension, the Spirit Walker, the Huntress by herself, is doing at least twice as much damage as the Invoker was at this level. Granted, the Invoker has about 50% more mitigation, but also has less evasion and deflection and stuff, so. So that's good. That's good. Same level, 94, both. Not going for Deadeye? Nope. You know, I really should probably make this more realistic. You're... Get it. 8%? Not that hard to get 7.5 early on. That modifier is too important to leave baseline roll. So is this one, honestly. You cap your block chance to 50%, that's pretty sick passive defensive layer. How would you do that, though? The block chance. The problem with trying to focus on shield defenses is that you spend very little of your time with the shield activated, because most of the time you're whirling slash, you have no offhand. So I don't really think it's wise to bang. That's why I've always considered the offhand, even if it was like technically a shield or something. Consider it only for its niche use. It was always about the niche use that it gave. The Scepter gave Spirit that I could use in the second weapon set and gained as extra and stuff. That's what a lot of people like, but I think with the Buckler, it's really all about just parry and the synergies with parry, and in this case, infinite parry range, as well as parry debuff duration, which is really good. So it does sound pretty rad, but if I'm not permanently wearing it, I don't think it's going to be good to mess with. I could see like going for the defensive layer of more evasion, maybe for the sake of not taking any stun buildup while parrying, but that would be like the only thing. Hey, what's up with my attributes, bro? Oh no. Damn it. Oh god. Oh, wait, this isn't as big of a problem as I think it is. First of all, we don't have level 20 gems here. Early in game. At 20, or 2120. We have 20 at best at this stage. So we can just calm down. Calm down. Wait, Blazing Critical. Wait, not counting Blazing Critical. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is solved. It's automatically solved. I thought it was counting this. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, you don't realize how happy I am right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought. See this? See this Trinity spread? This is a little bit of a problem. 19,000 to 30,000, 22,000 to 36,000, 16,000 to 25,000. That's a little low. That's a little low on Trinity. A little low. But I thought it was already factoring in the new Blazing Critical. It is not. The reason I thought it was is because you have you crit recently and it gave me damage and I thought that was the fire damage. So actually we get, yeah, because it's literally written in red. Attacks gain 15% damage is extra fire for damage for 5 seconds on critical hitting with supported skill. It's gonna happen all the time. It's gonna be up basically 100% of the time. Gain. Wait, I don't even know how you would. What's the language on this again? Who gain 15% of damage as extra fire damage. And of damage as extra fire damage. Fire damage. Fire damage. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can I please just be perfect on the POE, please. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that fire number. Ooh. This is going to be the most reliable Trinity ever if you actually get perfect gear. But if you don't get perfect gear, you're not going to have perfect fizz gear on the weapon, which means your cold damage is going to be lower. So, don't matter, bitches. Don't matter. If your gear is 90% close to perfect, it's all the same. As long as they're all the same level of imperfections. It's Trinity. Everybody loves Trinity. It's just the biggest freaking headache in the world to get to work, but once it works, woo! This is what you guys pay me for right here. This is what you pay me for. Okay, if I want to eat at a restaurant, which I kind of do, I gotta like leave right now, basically. So, I think the skills are set up. I don't have all the loadouts set up, but I'm pretty sure the early in game and mid in game is pretty much done. It's probably at least 95% done, at least serviceable. So, here it comes. Boom. I suspect you guys want to hear too. Go. It is done. And that's it. Time for the close up. Because we are getting out of here. You guys asked a lot of good questions, a lot of repeat questions. I'm fine with that. It helps really refine what I need to address in an actual league start guide. That was one big reason why I streamed this. Another reason is because I thought you guys might give me some amazing insights, cool epiphanies, and that didn't really happen, but that's okay. You know, enjoyed you guys along for the ride. You did have throw some decent ideas out there, but I don't think there was anything crazy awesome that I took as an idea from you guys today. Anyway, it's all good. We got a lot of excitement from the community. A lot of people excited to see this build. You should probably, this is the kind of build you should probably test first before playing. You know, go buy yourself that shield, set things up on some random character. It doesn't even have to be the right ascendancy, doesn't matter. And then like just play around a little bit with like the parry and disengage and the twister running and stuff. Dodge rolling after twister. You know, you see if it's for you. It might be for you. I don't know. Next level twister build incoming? Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. We're gonna raid local today. And hopefully he's doing something cool. Let's see. What does it say on there? Monk testing. Alright. He's the monk. Monk gang. Rise. Again. Gonna go see what the monk gang is up to. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'd love to stream tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to because I'm gonna need to devote like 110% of my time to getting this content out. I'm sure you can understand. Okay, need that build guide done. People are waiting. So, I'm going to lock in tonight, tomorrow. We'll get this done. I don't think the mobalytics guide will take all that long to make. Well, the real time consuming thing is the POB getting exactly the way I want. Yeah. Yeah, just keep checking Nightbot for like exclamation point POB for like updates. I'll keep re-upping that, and I'll probably like tonight at some point before bed I'll submit what I have worked on too in the Discord as well. Yep, we'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Enjoy local stream. Get ready for League Star. Twister forever.